What's up? Hello. This is about how I feel. Can that song be my review of last episode? Can that be the takeaway? Hello, I'm Mega. This is Critical Eyes, and that was me referring to last episode, which is 98, the takeaway for 98. But this episode, we're going to be watching Critical Role episode 99. This is where we watch through. I'm a longtime DM. I've never seen Critical Role before, and I want to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly that I see within this lovely show full of nerdy-ass voice actors. Thank you for the 13 months. Oh, man, I have to turn down the applause a little bit. I need to figure out what really triggers that or not. Starting a little bit early, I know. I got a little impatient. I was ready early, and I was like, I'm just going to go for it. Oh, what's up? We're almost at 100. I know. Also, in terms of the holiday schedule, I think we will definitely stream next Friday and stream a little on Monday. A little. I don't know exactly how much. Thank you for the 5 months, Amarok. I appreciate it. Yeah. So depending on, this episode doesn't seem super long, but depending, we just had a big, dungeon crawl and combat sort of thing. So depending, we might, I don't know. I think it's going to be very slow. I'm not going to be able to speed it up a lot. So we might end up splitting it into thirds and doing a little bit today, a little bit on Monday, a little bit on Friday. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see. I'm going to kind of gut check my way through this one. But so episode 100 will come out in 2026. Maybe. I think that seems likely, at least. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know. But for this episode, and to talk about my takeaway from last episode, man, it's really tough, man. It's really tough because I just don't have a lot positive to say about last episode, about 98. But I don't, how do I say this? I think for me to talk about the things that I didn't like too much would almost be giving them too much weight. At the end of the day, I'm glad that Matt is trying different things. He's experimenting, even, experimenting within his own process and pipeline. And, regardless of whether or not I think that any given experiment worked or, had much going for it in the first place, I'm glad that he's not staying stagnant. So take anything in that sort of vein with a grain of salt. Because whatever else I said last episode, I am glad that he's trying stuff. That is sort of my takeaway at the end of the day. Now, outside of that, I think my main, how do I say it? I don't know. It's really tough because anything that I would recommend in terms of what I would do differently about last episode, I think falls into the category of care about meta factors less, or maybe not even that. It's more like they all can be sort of contested by the meta, by potential meta factors and potential meta sort of situations. And maybe with the slight exception of at the very end when they are, riding the carpet out or their flying objects out, just take away even more mechanics from that. Like if we want to go fast, mechanics don't always slow things down. Sometimes they can help a lot with clarity and in a way speed things up. But in that specific situation, I don't think that the addition of the dexterity saving throws was doing anything to like speed things up by adding clarity. I think it was almost exclusively slowing things down. And in a situation where we're valuing speed so much, I would just go towards making it entirely cinematic, entirely flavor, take all the mechanics out. Because that will be faster in that scenario, and I think they did not do much by their presence. Those dexterity saving throws, they weren't accomplishing a whole lot. That's maybe the only like really specific thing I can say that I think is kind of irregardless of any meta factors. Everything else is like, I get to varying degrees, and yeah, I don't know. I don't even really want to hover too much on the combat because I think that the combat was suffering from a variety of things, but most of those things can be explained or addressed via meta factors, or at least mitigated by those meta factors, which makes it, tough to discuss, but also those sorts of things are a reality of the TTRPG medium. If you're playing with a lot of guest players, you might have to deal with this sort of thing. And as a GM, I think you can look at that and maybe see some things to avoid. But I can't necessarily tell you how you should do it differently. Other than, I don't know, plan and prep different. Look at that and say, okay, whatever I had prepped, whatever I had to cut, this session just didn't land and I got to do some things differently next time. Because I think that is just it at the end of the day. It's like, it just didn't land for me. Yeah, I don't know. So did you love the go down a hole and find a baby quest? Weirdly enough, not particularly. I don't know. And I don't even, I think there's, maybe some people who may have disliked it less than I disliked it, but I didn't see a whole lot of defense of a lot of the stuff going on as like super positive or super good. It was just varying degrees of like, should I be more or less critical on it? So I don't think I need to go through all of the details of what was going on there. Yeah, exactly, Delphi. Exactly. I think it's fair to say not every episode is great or even good. In general, I think CR is pretty up there, but there are misses here and there, and it's actually nice to see the bad side too. Exactly, Amarok. And like this one's a little tough because I would how do I say it? it's a lot easier to talk about and critique things that I think are just no meta factors involved. They're just kind of mid or bad. Like the pixie combat in the Feywild comes to mind. Of like, I don't think there were any meta factors that dictated how that fight was constructed or how it was paced or how it ran. I think it was just kind of a bad idea from its core. Or maybe not a bad idea, but even just bad execution. Same thing with the Kraken. And I felt a lot more comfortable and confident talking about the Kraken fight and a lot of the things that were wrong with it, because clearly, like, Matt really, like, tried on it. And yes, he was experimenting a little bit. But like, he had a lot of time. There were not a lot of meta factors that were dictating how that combat, needed to be structured or how quickly it needed to go. And so I could much more like thoroughly, I feel like, process and dissect maybe like where the missteps are and give a lot more actionable advice and analysis around that. Whereas this, it almost feels like it would be inappropriate to go too detailed and like too analytical with the analysis, because at the end of the day, it does feel very likely to me that like Matt wouldn't have even thought of this as something super well composed and like super detailed. I don't think this is something that like he would have been super excited about or proud of going into it, as opposed to maybe the Kraken fight. Like, I can see him really being, disappointed in how the Kraken fight went. I've been there. But this one, it feels like there are so many meta circumstances that if you said like, hey, that wasn't very well executed, he'd be like, yeah. And so in that sort of context where like, I don't think that this was ever going to be Matt's best work, it feels weird to go into like a detailed critique. I'd rather detailedly critique a portion where someone was like really, really trying, because I think that is much more telling, and it's a lot more actionable and constructive. The way that someone doesn't put a lot of effort in is not something I can break down super well, I think, or that I don't think it's something that you can take a lot from, except in maybe, maybe it speaks to the character of the DM or the design tendencies of the DM in that case, but I don't think it's something that we can really pull a lot of actionable advice for other DMs out of. So, I don't know. It's tough. This episode was called The Minds of Many. Where were the minds? Don't even. I also like The Minds of Many. I don't even know what that is like meant to mean in this case. Like, I don't know what the many is in here unless it is, I guess, the Ankh-Egg. But they are not super relevant to the plot. Like, they could have been kind of anything. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. As someone who is now on session 4 of what was supposed to be a single session of downtime, it's going to be hard to get going again. Yeah. Are you? Oh, that is almost the right command. It doesn't have a question mark. I wish there was an easier way to like display my commands. I've thought about it, but it is not like a super slick way to do it. But I might try to figure one out again. I haven't thought about it for a while. Anyways, for me, this entire arc is a miss. I'll say them inside of the Darrington estate, I thought had a lot of potential. I don't think that kind of sequence was a miss for me. I was like on board with a lot of the stuff that was being set up inside of the Darrington estate. everything besides that, yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Everything besides that, I'm a little iffy on. I usually watch those in compilations. I don't think I ever rewatched the actual episodes again. Yeah. It's an awkward couple of episodes after the real campaign is basically over and we're figuring out what that means. Yeah. It mainly gets better. I assume. Like, and that's like kind of one of the things is like, I don't even need to be convinced that it gets better because this did not feel like Matt's full effort to me. It just compared to what I've seen of Matt separately. Like, that's not, I don't think that's me being overly generous. I think I'm just like that felt like an outlier. So that's almost what makes it like so weird to talk about is like, I don't know quite how to, it doesn't feel like I can pull a lot of conclusions out of it for Critical Role as a whole. It feels like too much of an exception. I think placing the quest in the sinkhole was a problem in itself. A sinkhole is an open thing. There are no passages or turns to get to the bottom. You can just jump with Featherfall or use a rope. Yeah, and I mean, we talked about it. Like, I think that I'm almost constructing a sort of natural obstacles theory or like analysis frame in general. Of like big rock, big air, big water. But like in this case of like, yeah, a thing where you just have big air as the obstacle. And you can cast jump or feather falling or use a rope, like you said. All big air really does at the end of the day, especially for high level adventurers, but even for low level adventurers, is increase risk while you're traversing the air. I think I'm becoming more and more confident with that every time I think about it. Because it's like, it is like, in this case, big sinkhole, big hole is just, big air, but down. And it's the same thing as setting a combat or a dungeon or an encounter in of any kind in the air. It's the exact same thing. Where it is like relatively trivial to overcome that for, I mean, basically after level 5, I would say it's pretty trivial. And even before that, it's easier to deal with. And the real thing that it accomplishes is establishing this additional layer of risk of if you are in the middle of flying somewhere, flying down into the hole, flying up to a floating island, whatever, and the wizard that is concentrating on fly gets hit and loses concentration on fly, suddenly you're in a much worse situation. And you can go the same thing for if the rope gets cut that you're using to lower yourself down. Maybe, something like jump or featherfall gets you down, but it doesn't necessarily get you back out. All of these things are very overcomeable, but they need a layer of threat or a layer of something to exploit that risk. And I think that's one of the things that disappointed me so much about this session is that they seemed to have, in my head, one of the perfect ways to exploit that risk, which was the Ankh Egg. And I said it, if it was at my table and I wasn't worried about the meta circumstances of wanting to get it done before the guest player, etc., I would have made the escape sequence more detailed. I would have made the Ankh Egg more of a threat. And I think one of the things that we really lost, and one of the reasons that the sinkhole felt so odd, is that it should have been a risk to traverse the sinkhole. It shouldn't have just been a separation of like real world is up here, place where we're doing combat is down here. And that's really all it was. It was just a separation. It might as well have been in a fucking pocket dimension. It might as well have been in the Magnificent Mansion for all the effect that it had. And so, yeah, that was one of the really tough parts is that, and it's one of the reasons that I struggle to even critique it, because the Ankh-Egg's presence to me indicates that Matt almost certainly understands like the critique that I am levying. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that's really weird about this is like, I don't think the Ankh-Egg would have existed. They wouldn't have been like added to anything if that wasn't the point of them, right? If the point of them wasn't to make traversing the sinkhole more difficult, I just think they wouldn't have been there. Because they weren't like related to Symphior in any way. He just like agitated the hive when he woke up. That's it. You know, it's not like they have like this connection. I was drawing an even bigger connection when I related the Tarask. They had no relation to Symphior. To me, they are so clearly just there to make getting to Symphior and getting out much more difficult. But because of the meta factors, I think a lot of that threat and a lot of that difficulty just got cut. Like, I doubt that it was really in Matt's plan to just do 5 dexterity saving throws and 1 stealth check, and for that to be the entire interaction with the Ankh-Egg hive. Call me crazy. I don't think that was Matt's plan when he prepped out this session. So it feels strange to critique. It feels difficult because I think Matt's response would be like, "Yep, I just had to cut it." And you know, it's hard for me to say without really seeing a lot of behind the screen what was worthy of getting cut when clearly so much got cut. I think even compared to the Pyra, where they went to close up the Thordak hole, or like clear out the Thordak hole, so little got cut relative to this that it was much easier to talk about, was that a good thing to cut or not? Right? In the Pyra, it seems like they maybe cut, or Matt maybe cut 1 phase of the combat. But he did it really smooth, and I think that was all. Whereas in this, it feels like there's so much that got cut for time in comparison. So I think it's a lot harder to even evaluate if those things were worth cutting, because there's so little left, honestly. That it's like, if I look at like what else would he have even cut, it's like, well, what else was there to cut, dude? Like the combat, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I think it's important to note that this is one of, if not the first actual play series, so obviously they had to make a lot of mistakes to put this kind of media where it is now. It was definitely not the first, but it is certainly the one that kind of, I think, really catapulted the medium into a new level of, like, into a new tier of viewership. Like, I think there were actual plays that existed and were going on before Critical Role, but none of them reached even remotely close to the viewership that Critical Role ended up getting, and not even close to other huge viewership actual plays that we would think of now, like Dimension 20 or Adventure Zone or Dungeons of Drakkenheim. So there is certainly quite a lot, and you know, I don't know how full time they are yet on it. So I said it multiple times throughout the session of like, man, he might just not have had a lot of time that week to prep. Like, he might have just had real life stuff going on, and this might not be his full-time job yet. So So there's certainly a lot of mistakes left to be made, and sometimes you just have a bad session for one of 1,000 reasons, and there's not more to it. Yeah. The many is the myriad. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, okay, sure. I see people make exclamation point command that displays commands. I think I have something like that. Do I not? Oh, I do have exclamation point commands. Why did that not... Wait, why did it not work? It should have just done it when you did it. Exclamation point commands. Did that not work? Oh, maybe it's just that it can't... It has to be at the beginning. Weird. But even that, just like listing them out, I wish I had a way to also display like what they do, not just what they're named. But whatever. What are you gonna do? Matt wanted a Minds of Moria-like experience where the baby celestial equals Balrog and the Ankh eggs equals goblins, but it just didn't work out. Yeah, I mean, the goblins need to feel like a threat. Symphior need... Like, the Balrog is a threat that they just have to run from. And that allows it to be much quicker because they don't have to fight it. But I don't know. It's tough. I don't know. I definitely get the comparison, but it's definitely a far cry from that. Big hole does not compare to big rock. Yeah. In Daggerheart Original, all flying ancestries could lose flight if hit. They removed that due to feedback, but presumably they originally did that to fix exactly this. I mean, yeah. It's I mean, frankly, if we want to get into it, I don't know that I want to get into it. But this is one of the core reasons that I think, were I ever to make a TTRPG, and it would almost certainly have fantasy races, species, ancestries, whatever, in it, because I know that that's very popular, even if I don't particularly find it that appealing. I still would not put flying ancestries in by default. I just would not put them in. Flat out. Because flight is not only a huge, massive problem-solving tool, but it is also uniquely difficult to represent on tabletop. Especially across long stretches. Like representing someone always, constantly having access to flight. That third dimension, while awesome and like I think important for DMs and GMs to work into their TTRPG encounters, it is really difficult to account for consistently. And at very low levels, it can just really trivialize some things. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, I'm not going to ban flying ancestries or species at my table. But that is only because... That is only because / only if only one or two, like a minority of my party can fly. Because if one or two people can, say, like, trivialize a jump puzzle and then, like, get to the end and pull the lever or whatever and allow the rest of their party across, that can be cool. Like, them having that special ability can be cool. So I am not that against having it at my table. But if the entire party were flying ancestries, which is like not that crazy, it's not that out of the realm of possibility for some of these games, that does, I think, trivialize things in a pretty bad way. And even with one person that can fly, maybe that, like, you know, them trivializing what would otherwise be a challenge to things that can't fly, you know, them trivializing that once or twice is cool. But it does just, at the end of the day, it removes like kind of a whole category of puzzles and obstacles that you can even use. At least if you want it to be used in, like if you wanted to have like a fundamental difficulty to it. Because I even think about a game like Peak, right? Even if a game like Peak had one of the climbers that could just always fly and like fly up to somewhere and like let a rope down for people, Peak would be trivial as a game, like just straight up. And so it means that if you have anyone that can just inherently fly, like you might have with like the Aarakocra or the Fairy and Daggerheart, those types of challenges, like the types of challenge that Peak is built on, are basically just out of the possibilities for your D&D campaign. Or at least they're much harder, much narrower. So honestly, I wouldn't put it into a TTRPG that I designed, but I don't dislike it so much that I'm going to ban it at my table. It lives in this weird middle ground, but I think it is unfortunately just a little too strong. You would need to really, I think, like balance it, quote unquote. You would need to like introduce negatives to flying races, which D&D has largely moved away from having any sort of negative attached to your species. So, and Daggerheart's the same way. They don't want any species to have a negative modifier of any kind. So I don't really think there's a way to balance flying at base. Last stream, you said the escape scene could be good in Tlovum. Do you think Symphior can make it into Tlovum? We're ahead of the show, so I wouldn't know, but it's just a pit baby. Yeah. Honestly, I would be surprised if Symphior made it into Tlovum without at least an amount of rework or like connecting back in, because one of my big problems with Symphior is that he's a really good example of like what I would almost call like an unharmonious adversary. So like the Kraken, I think, was not good for that encounter, and that encounter was like not like there were some fundamental baseline issues with the Kraken encounter. But the Kraken in and of itself, all of its abilities made sense. Like all of its abilities worked to establish a larger picture. Its flavor worked in concert with its mechanics to give you a better, more rich view of what this thing is. Symphior is sort of the opposite of that for me. and in this sense, I'm using harmony in a way that like I know I've defined before, but it's not like I'm using it in a somewhat specific way that you might not be familiar with. Because I was listening to a interview with a chess grandmaster, and I can never remember her name. But she described her chess philosophy as aiming for harmony at all points, where every piece is doing its job. There is no part of her board, no part of her like available pieces that is not like working together towards the larger goal. And she calls that like harmony of when like everything is like working together to accomplish more than they could individually. And Symphior's the opposite of that. He's less than the sum of his parts. Where there's nothing really wrong with any of his individual abilities. Like none of his mechanics I look at and I'm like, an enemy at this level or a single adversary at this level shouldn't have any of that. I never thought that. All of his abilities were fine. A big AoE bomb with the chest ripping thing, trapping someone in dirt, the wall, the cold aura, like all of it was fine. But none of it gave me a more cohesive vision of what this entity is. And the flavor of what this entity looked like, just flavor, visual, like descriptively, did not give me any insight into what to expect mechanically. There was nothing about Symfior's description that I think hinted at any of his mechanics. Maybe beyond the cold aura. Maybe the cold aura, you could argue, is sort of fits. But everything else I don't know, it's fine. And even like the chest ripping open thing, it doesn't not make sense, but it's not what I would call like really harmonious with the rest of what's going on there. And so that's why it was really hard for me to like compliment anything about the combat. Like even the wall and like the terrain manipulation there. Like, yeah, I'm glad to see Matt experimenting with, not movable, but like an ability that can add in a terrain piece mid-combat. I'm happy to see him experimenting with that. But this is one of the weirdest adversaries to put it on, in my opinion. And it does not feel to me like there was even an attempt to establish why Synthior could do this. And that's really tough. And this isn't, I'm not trying to come from like a high horse saying that my shit's always the most harmonious. But that is always my goal. And that's always something I'm thinking about when I am looking at especially homebrew adversary design, but encounter design in general. I am looking for something that is more than the sum of its parts, where every aspect of it is working together. And I don't think you can ever really reach that goal. I think it's sort of a permanently out of reach objective, but I think you can be closer or further, and I'm always aiming for closer. Yeah. Pretty sure the most famous was Acquisitions Incorporated. I remember Googling it a long time ago, and the first actual play was circa 2003. Yeah. My assumption was that he had a real life, but also was planning future stuff. He likely didn't want to seed future stuff yet because it would lock things that weren't done yet. Yeah. I think that's very fair. Yeah. In Pathfinder 1E, flying was a skill, and if you got hit while flying, you'd have to make a skill check to stay airborne. Flying inherently removes a lot of type of risk, and it's hard to counterbalance that. I think especially if it's not something like, if it's not related to something like a skill check, yeah. But I also think that relating it to something like a skill check makes it feel inconsistent in a way that is not hugely engaging, which sucks. Like, I wish there was a better way to counterbalance flying. I just don't know that there really is. Unless it is presented as a special thing, like as a version of power. So, like, I don't mind in the slightest when classes gain the ability to fly. Either like Warlock Genies, Elemental Gift, or sorry, I should say Genie Warlocks, subclass ability, Elemental Gift, the Draconic Wings of Draconic Sorcerer, even Storm Sorcerers, like little like temporary flying thing, I think is all good. Because then it is like a power gain that you can balance against other very powerful things that other classes and subclasses are gaining. in a way that I think is very difficult to do with inherent ancestry abilities or inherent species abilities. It's really, really difficult to give the human or the goblin or the simia abilities that are on the same power level as flying. In a way that I don't think it's nearly as hard to do with classes. I think it's way easier to give classes that don't have access to flying things that are power level similar to flying. I just think it's almost, I don't want to say it's impossible, but I think it's really, really fucking difficult with ancestries. Yeah. Special rule that you could not invest in the skill until you had a reliable way of flight, such as having wings or the spell fly. Okay, now I'll say that attracts me a lot more than it just being like a basic skill where, okay. That is a lot more of what I'm talking about. Yeah. With like being cool with it in, getting it in subclasses or getting it in a class. I'm much more into it in this sort of vein where you have to like gain something else in order to like get the power up there. Yeah. Obligatory Aarakocra spamming Sacred Flame on Tarask. Yeah. 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 And I mean, it's tough. The other way to solve it, because there is another way to solve it, but it is something that I think most TTRPGs are pretty rightfully hesitant to introduce, which is some sort of stamina system. This is, I think, the most intuitive way to balance stamina, or to balance flight, is via stamina, is the idea that flying is physically exerting yourself, and it is physically taxing on the individual that is in flight. But I personally, and this is not to say that it doesn't exist, but I have never seen a TTRPG implement stamina in a convincing manner, at least to me. The closest to it is like, common resource pools in D&D, like, action and bonus action, or the 3 actions in Pathfinder, where like that is in a way trying to define the rate at which you can like extend yourself or like expend energy, which is kind of what stamina goes after in most like video games where it exists. I wouldn't say they're the same thing, but they're kind of going after the same kind of core thing in there. But yeah, man. Like maybe you could make it to where flying takes your action. Like you cannot do any actions while flying. That might be a way to balance it. Again, kind of going after that stamina side of things. But even so, I don't think that would fully balance it. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. I'm actively writing a one-shot right now, and 2 of the potential pre-gens have flight. I feel this conversation so hard right now. I'm telling you, yeah. It's tough. Yep. And you are 100% correct that the power level of each ancestry option is not even. Yeah. It's tough. I get why. I like it. It's not a It's a design difficulty that I feel very sympathetic towards designers for. I don't think it's like an easy thing to address at all, because it is something that people will want and clamor for, and you can't nerf it too much or else people will complain. And I mean, fuck, when I looked at the Daggerheart, like one of the betas, I looked at the flight and I was like, I don't like a lot of these implementations of flight, because I thought they really discouraged action, which is not what you want to be doing. So I feel for them, man, because they tried to nerf the flying in the betas, and I'm one of the people in the crowd complaining about the way that it was implemented. Now, my solution would just be remove flight on ancestries, but I get why they don't want to do that. You could make flying easily available so everyone gets it, and something syndrome from Incredibles, everyone's super, no one will be. Yeah, but then it's just tough because you've removed an entire layer of challenge that is even possible to implement for DMs. You can do that. Like, that's absolutely an option. It's just, it kind of sucks. It doesn't suck, but it is restrictive, unfortunately. Make stamina regen every turn, but not if you're flying. Yeah, like, I think if you introduce some sort of stamina system, there's a lot of ways to balance flying, but without it, I think it's tough. That half fixes issues average hand. The remaining part is tricky, is that it's difficult to make certain types of challenges that don't just fall over with flight. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, which is, what I was saying, yeah. I think races with wings should have to choose flight or use any other action. Can't swing a sword or fire a bow if your arms are also wings. Yeah. I think it's tough because that still trivializes a whole category of encounters. So, like, the peak example that I used before, that would still trivialize peak. Anything where the person just has to fly to the other side and then they can help their non-flying allies get across once they are on the other side, it trivializes those sorts of things. But that would address a lot of the other cheesiness that you can possibly do with wings, like the Tarask Sacred Flame span. You know, this would absolutely eliminate that sort of cheese. And I think it's a decent way to go with that sort of thing. But yeah, I wrote that about everyone getting flying. Yeah. What about rolling to take a level of exhaustion, kind of like wild magic sorcerers, so they can't spam it all the time? Maybe with what do you call it? With 2024 exhaustion. Which I'll fucking get on my I'll get on my soapbox once again, as I do, that good and solid exploration mechanics, even if they are pretty light, or just in general, like non-violent consequence mechanics, I think are just important to any TTRPG. A consistent and standard way that you can deliver negative consequence that is not physical damage, I think is... I am coming more and more around on the idea that it may be a necessary component of a really robust TTRPG. And I think that in something like Daggerheart or Blades, that can be considered to be stress, right? I think that getting very, very stressed and delivering stress as a consequence, because even in something like Daggerheart, you could, when you fly, you could have to, I think some of them you do have to pay stress to fly. So that can be kind of going towards that idea of stamina and of getting, or of exhaustion. But I think that mechanic needs to be really robust. And even 2024 exhaustion, while I like it substantially more than 2014's exhaustion, I would still argue it's not as robustly implemented as something like stress in Daggerheart. So, but even that, I think is... It's still a stopgap for me personally. But I think that is going towards an idea. Or that is going towards a good solution, yeah. I can't think of a species in real life who has hands and wings on their back. I get it's fantasy thing, but it's hard for game balance. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. It's funny, during our campaign, one of my characters was a barbarian feral tiefling that had temporary flight, and I think I used it only once and only to escape a burning building. Yeah. I mean, I believe it. It's one of those strange things where, like, it's kind of like a lot of the 2014 Ranger abilities, where 2014 Ranger is arguably incredibly powerful, depending on the nature of the challenges that the DM puts in front of you. And I think flight is the same, where flight is kind of useless until the point that it trivializes something. And I think it's the same with like the vast majority of 2014 base ranger abilities. Base ranger abilities could easily trivialize encounters if the GM planned it that way. And so it's this weird, like, it puts it on the DM to ultimately balance a feature like that, which is tough. It's very, very tough. I don't know. It's just a design challenge. I don't have like a really solid answer for how to resolve it beyond just removing flight from like character creation options and forcing it to be something that you get later and that is powerful even compared to like but is on the same power level as other things you're getting at that level in other classes. Now we know why Air Forces control how wars go. I mean, you don't gotta get me started. If there was one thing I learned in Air Force ROTC, which is I've said before I was in ROTC in college. I don't know if I've ever specified that I was in Air Force ROTC. I was aiming to ride that desk. Yeah. I had like a special class that I had to take for ROTC, and we went a lot into the military history of air superiority. And it is well established in military strategy and philosophy of why this has become the dominant factor. Yeah. I had a party member once made a variant tiefling with wings who used a bow and had the shield spell, and the GM legitimately just did not bother to try to hit him because he didn't know what to do. Yeah, man. I get it. It's not that. Our wings and bows are only OP outside. Put them in relatively tight quarters, and they are just okay. Well, and this highlights the whole issue, is that it is on the GM to balance it. And it is either immensely impactful or not even a factor. which is just really tough. Yeah. It was pre-built Icewind Dale, which is almost all outside or giant caverns. Yeah. Ban the sky, it's cheating. Yeah. But with all that said, I think we should get into episode 99. Also, for those of you that aren't in the Discord, I got some fucking ominous foreshadowing in the Discord, which I thought was hilarious. By the way, I got no issues. It was immensely ominous. This right here of one message from Exandria, spoilers with Megaphone Man, the rest of the channel. No spoilers, nothing specific, just an ominous warning. I think this will be Mega's breaking point. No more critical eyes after episode 99. And I just put confused worry Oh shit, wait, I'm not sharing my screen. Fuck. None of you could see that. Yeah, there we go. I think that this will be Mega's breaking point. No more critical eyes after episode 99. Now, I do interpret that as being possibly positive or negative. I could see this being like he'll love it so much that this will be his breaking point. He'll be like full on critter mode, no more analysis. Or I will hate it so much. And I lean towards it being more likely that I'll hate it, but I could legitimately see it going either way. It's like a 55-45, like a slightly weighted coin flip in my head. But it is I can't imagine what would prompt someone to say that. It sounds more negative, I know. Less than an hour after stream started. Do you think you aren't a critter? No, I'm a critter. I shouldn't say gone full critter. More like gone full glaze, maybe. Is maybe what'll break me about this. Or it might be a lore break. It might be like the lore that gets introduced in this will fully break me. Either because it's good or bad, or just weird. I could see this going in a million different directions. Makes me nervous. But it's also one of the reasons that I'm like, it might be the sort of situation where we have to break it into 3 parts, because depending on how much it breaks me, I might have a lot to talk about. So let's see. Maybe this is the final Critical Eyes stream. And we will start it with a guest player announcement.
Oh, no, that's right.
Oh, it is quiet.
Intelligence.
There we go.
Anyway, guys, welcome. We have an awesome guest tonight. Johnny Heater will be joining us at the point in the narrative in which his character will arrive. But before then, let's go ahead and get to our announcements for the evening.
At the point in the narrative at which his character will arrive. Interesting. I swear to God. When does this session end? Matt ends the session at 3:52. Now this is me theorizing about what's gonna break me. Because dude, I could see me getting broken by fucking Johnny Heater comes in at like fucking time code like 3:30 or something. It takes him like 3.5 hours to get Johnny Heater in. That would fucking break me. But he'll arrive when he arrives sounds like don't yell at me in the audience for how late he's gonna come in. Possibly because we just didn't get far enough through the narrative and through the plots. Like, we have all of, like, we have to resolve things with both the Myriad and the Darringtons. And I cannot imagine how you would introduce a guest character in that. Unless he's, like, the representative of the Myriad, but then, like, that's like getting into like he needs to know like behind the scenes lore stuff so that he can, you know, act them appropriately. So I don't know, man. I try to be pretty open on the whole guest player stuff. Because it's not something that I do. And I don't want, like, my bias of me not really liking guest players all that much to infect too much of how I talk about it. But I will definitely say that it is Critical Role has not convinced me to like having guest players. It's nothing about how they have handled guest players has convinced me to want it. And that's not to say that all of their guest players have been bad by any means. I really liked several of the guest players and the guest characters. Mary Elizabeth McGlynn is a treat. Patrick Rothfuss was great. Whoever plays Cash, I can't remember his name. Not Will Arnett, but something along those lines. Will something. Will Thibodeau. I don't know. Firenzo. Farino. Friedel. Will Friedel. He's great. Will Friedel's great. Cash is great. I've liked a lot of the guests. But none of it has convinced me that like the juice is worth the squeeze on working in guests. Yeah. Nobody knows how to spell his name. Yeah. Oh man. Running ads? We're gonna skip it. We're gonna skip the first one at least. But what about Ashley? She's the best guest player, and she's been introduced so well in the past. Yeah, man. Meta constraints, yeah. See, when guest player intros are so wonky. Even if the guest players are good, even great, they handle it very poorly in C1. Yeah. And like, I am truly hoping that going into C2 and C3, they will learn a lot, and I will get to see really good methods of handling it. I'm really hopeful that Critical Role eventually convinces me on a good way to integrate it. It just definitely hasn't convinced me so far. So we'll see when John Heater comes in. 455. Ra-da-da-da-da. Oh, it's thinking about it. Is this right? There we go. Laura gets Liam a belated birthday gift.
I got one.
What did you got?
I didn't put it on the list.
No, you didn't.
But it's a present for Liam O'Brien. I didn't get to give him his birthday present last week, and now I do get to.
Yeah.
Twin birthday present.
Remembered it was your birthday.
Oh my goodness.
I
Okay,
wrapped
open
it
it, come
all
on.
pretty. Open it up.
Okay, we do thank you in
You're
advance
welcome.
and afterwards as well.
Open it.
Okay.
In advance and afterwards.
We'll edit this part out, right?
There you go.
Yeah, I just meant the unwrapping.
It's a
not the
ring
present.
box.
Please be a turd.
It's just a pile of blue poop.
Wow. Oh my god.
Did you see it?
Not big enough. It's a. Oh man, it's beautiful.
What is it?
It's a ring and it's got raven feathers on and a little black
little
gem,
stone?
and on the inside it says "Do not go far from me."
Oh, wow, twinsies.
You're welcome. I don't know if it'll fit you, but
Happy birthday.
happy birthday and all that.
No, not
Yeah.
my birthday.
A genuine gold style ring.
Did it fit?
Fit.
I guessed it.
It is beautiful. I love it so
turning purple.
much.
That's so
Perfect. Love it. That's a great birthday present.
Well, all right.
More than I got.
That's really awesome.
That's very, very cute. Dude, you know, it's one of those things that I think from the outside of, you know, if you've never played in like a really long running campaign, and especially one that has like as much like seriousness and drama as Critical Role does, like the story, the fiction. I think it can be hard to like fully understand how attached you can get to a character, and to like a party. If you're like someone who's never played a TTRPG before, but is very cute, and I definitely get it. I mean, they've been playing this campaign with those same characters for what, 2 years at this point, 3 years. It's been a long while with this same set of suspects. Yeah, I don't know. Very, very cute. Several members put on items that Laura got them throughout the years as presents. She was pouting. Very funny. Lol. I actually don't know how close they were prior to C1. Not all the people knew each other well, but the friendship between Liam and Laura is great. My understanding, is that only they were mostly, or like a lot of them were more work acquaintances, or they just kind of like knew each other in the industry. But it definitely, we'll never know, of course, how close people are. And I think it can be risky and possibly a little bit parasocial to read too much into a relationship between internet figures. And I'm reminded of, I'm a big fan of the series Jet Lag from Wendover. And the 3 main dudes on Jet Lag, Sam, Adam, and oh my God, how am I blanking on my favorite person's name? Sam, Adam, and shit, I'm not gonna remember it. But they've talked about how like they are not like best friends off the channel. Like they're not hanging out constantly offline, but they really enjoy working together. Like they are very good partners, and like Ben, thank you. Ben's my favorite. They're very good work partners, and they are friends. But like I think it was either Sam or Ben was like, I would not want to work on this show with my best friends. They would drive me crazy. So, I don't want to assume too much of a depth of friendship in internet personalities that you see do things together. But I do think that Critical Role, I don't think it's a surprising thing to me. Like if they were to say, or display in this case, that they are like good friends, it's not something that surprises me in the slightest. Especially within the context of this being, a D&D actual play show where you're getting pretty vulnerable and pretty open and raw in front of these people quite often. Yeah. Laura and Travis obviously do. They were married. Well, yes. Yeah, obviously, Laura and Travis, Matt and Marisha. And I think that some of them were close. I know that like Sam and Liam were really tight. But yeah. Yeah. Taliesin did officiate Matt and Marisha's wedding. Well, yeah, and I know that like they go to Burning Man. That's like a thing that the 3 of them do. So I know that there were tight relationships within this, but it does seem that it probably built over time. Yeah. They all chose to come to Liam's birthday. That implies at least a bit of friendliness. True. Oh, it's this ep. Oh! Oh, man. But anyways, let's get into the recap. I'm so excited by the ominous foreshadowing. It's really fun because now even if I do hate it, I can at least like guess at the depths to which it will sink. It's almost a fun little mini game that has been introduced.
So, where we last left off, Vox Machina had discovered that one of their companions, the most recent addition to their team, Tyrion Darrington, had gone missing, seemingly taken by a bounty hunter who had masqueraded as a pastry chef and was retrieving him to be returned to Wildmount with
Masqueraded? Okay, I did notice the title of this episode. I don't always look, but I did notice it this time. And I will say, we've talked about one of like my default genres in which to tell stories is political intrigue. And the Masquerade Ball is a cornerstone of that genre. And I love myself a Masquerade Ball. I love myself. And I could take it in any direction. Really fun, really creepy, very like culty, very festival, celebratory. I love it in all flavors. I love a Masquerade Ball. Now, yes, dress up and talk shit behind people's backs. Exactly. And you can have people there, but they don't know that they're there. But maybe you can give a tell because there's this, non-facial feature that is very telling about someone. If you've given a villain a limp in the past, someone's limping at the Masquerade Ball. Oh no. I love a Masquerade Ball. So, that is certainly priming me in a particular direction for this episode. And we'll see how it goes. I don't know if it's just going to be like fucking there's a ball getting thrown in the city and they just decide to go. Or what? We'll have to see.
in the city of Deastock to the rest of the Darrington family.
In Deastock.
Upon heading off the pass and retrieving Tyrion, you all made your way to Deastock and spoke with the rest of the Darrington family, and discovered, it seems, that they have gone into serious debt. There's been a long-running agreement between the Darringtons and a criminal syndicate known as the Myriad that seems to be very prominent in Wildmount. And as the years have gone by, that debt has compounded and compounded to the point where they were threatening to take everything from the Darrington family and toss them onto the street. Your father, Howard, told you that his plan to prevent this from happening was to marry you off to a very rich and powerful family up in the capital of the in the kingdom, and you decided to look for other options. You went and spoke with a gentleman named Korshad, who was within a secret bar beneath the Grumpy Lily Tavern, where a bunch of, it seems, Myriad and other lowlifes go to drink, be merry, and go about their business in a safer environment. You seemed to talk with him about a possibility of making some sort of arrangement, and an accord was made where if you went and cleansed a nearby platinum mine of Herethus that had seemingly been overrun with some sort of awoken entity that had prevented them from mining the platinum and are losing a lot of money, if you were to destroy this creature or cleanse the mines of the threats to it, they would forgive some of the debt. They would still take the lands from the Darrington family, but they would leave the estate, they would leave whatever remains on that land, and would not mess with them any further, thus ending the contract and still leaving a comfortable lifestyle for the family. You agreed to this, made your way to the Herethus Platinum Mines, delved deep into the open sinkhole that seemed to consume a portion of its construct, and discovered what had awoken within. A strange, once-seated celestial that had been awoken too early and too young. As such, its weird, angelic, baby-like form had withered and twisted, and in battling the celestial, which manipulated the terrain around you, you managed to defeat it and destroy it before it could escape. Gathered some of its remaining kind of glittery ashes, if you will, and proceeded to fly up through the sinkhole as the rest of the Onkheg swarm that seemed to parade through the tunnels within began to swarm up the sides and spit acid at you as you escaped out the top into the moonlit sky, looking down.
Okay. I will say, I would normally theorize to hell and back about Symphior. Unfortunately, I just don't. I have a feeling that it just is not relevant. Like, especially the idea of it being awoken early. It awakening early is like it's catnip for theory. Like, but I'm just so not confident. Like, I like to assume a connected thing for my theories. I like to assume that everything is connected because it's just more fun for theorizing. But with this, it is so disconnected and for reasons that are so in your face that it could still be connected. Like, there could be some amount of foreshadowing in the fact that Symphior woke up early. But I'm not going to worry about it too much because I think that the possibility of it being connected is just so much lower than standard. That I feel like it's more likely to be a waste of time. But hard to theorize on something was the meta inclusion. Yeah. And he certainly could have worked in the meta inclusion to the broader story. In fact, I would argue that it's maybe good to do that sort of thing. I guess depending on the circumstance. But I just find that very unlikely for this particular inclusion. So you might notice that I am not going to theorize about that as much, and I just wanted to establish why.
Below, you can see the swarm now crawling up and out of the maw of this mine, and that's where we left off. So, as you've all just emerged out of the central portion of the mine, taking a deep breath as you're now suddenly out of the immediate danger, you can look down and see the dozens of large insectoid-like onkegs now clambering up to the top and the edge. Some of them seemingly shooting jets of acid too far away to make any impact, but they are intent definitely on trying to either shoo you off of their territory or hit at some sort of lucky impact, as their point is. What do you guys want to do?
I, Tyrion Darrington, I would like to call to the rest of the gang and say, wait, before we fly away, hold. Hold.
Superman.
Oh, okay. That was some sort of power move.
No.
Okay.
How are we positioned again?
So you have the broom riders.
Yes.
You have Percival on your broom.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're flying with your wings.
Everyone else is on the carpet.
And everyone else is on the carpet.
Okay.
I would like to just sort of shout to my friends, Oi, can we, but just before we go, could we maybe just swoop down one more time? just a quick flyby. I have an idea. I feel like we need just an insurance policy when we go talk to the Myriad fellow. I was wondering if Kiki here could maybe throw a spell down before we leave. Is that something?
You just go down by yourself, right?
I do still have some spells left. It depends on what you want to do, though, and what I have prepared.
Well, here's a question. Can you make it look like the mouth of the cave isn't there anymore, has caved in, or is covered in dirt or rocks or something?
I can. I have a few options for that.
Why do you want that?
As I said, I feel like when we talk to the Myriad fellow, oh wait, let me fly over to you. I feel like when we talk to the Myriad fellow, we have lost our bargaining position at this point because we did what he asked. But if we hide the mouth of the cave from him, then we have information that he needs, like where did it go, how do you get in, that kind of thing. I was also hoping maybe Dear Pike could leave some sort of a trap. Again, as just an insurance policy.
Like lift situation?
Yes, some sort of a thing that would explode when someone comes by. But I know it's crawling with characters down there, so should we wait? I don't know.
I could do such a thing. I can do like a hallucinatory terrain, which I could do right now because I do have it learned. It covers a 150-foot cube, which I don't know, how wide is the hole?
Is it 150 feet cube? That would cover pretty much the sinkhole itself.
Oh.
Do keep in mind the agreement.
Okay. I'm sorry. I paused to say something and I read the rest of the captions. I need to play this for a second.
Was to cleanse the mind, not just of the creature, but the infestation.
Oh,
shit.
The whole infestation.
Oh, we have to kill all the fuckers?
Or at least enough to the point where the infestation is no longer an issue.
Terry, can you tinker up some raid real quick?
I cannot.
Can we, like,
Wait, we have to kill more of these?
You're right. This episode might fucking break me, dude. That's... Oh, I'm certainly wondering how deep the rabbit hole goes on this, because I almost don't even want to speculate, because there are so many ways in which this could get worse and so few ways in which it could get better. Because if they need to actually, like, interact with the Ankh and clear out the mine, like, is the guest PC there? Is the guest PC in the mines? I doubt it. And if he isn't, if we weren't speeding things up last time to get through this dungeon faster, to complete it faster, if that wasn't the whole fucking point, then why did it suck so much? If they have to deal with the Ankh, why not end the session earlier? End the session earlier. End the session when they get to the bottom, or when they first see Symphior. And then we can, like, deal with the and then, like, remind the PCs of the fact that they had to deal with the infestation, the Ankh, in the recap. Okay. We'll see. We'll see.
Maybe we just get high enough that they can't get to us with the acid, and then we
can
just
poke
fire
off.
things down at them.
Roughly speaking, how many of those did we see when we came up?
You saw probably close to 100. There
How
were
many have we
a few
killed?
that you destroyed on the way up, or something that got.
So now there's not.
And I mean, 100. I mean, CR doesn't, like... CR doesn't scale well too far in either direction. So, like, it's easy to compare how much of a challenge, like, CR5s are going to be against level 10 characters. Because the CR and the level are relatively close to each other. Ankegs are CR2 versus, you know, what are they, like 13 to 17? Like level 13 to 17, somewhere in there? That's a lot harder to compare. So, like, they have access to some spells, like, you know, something like Meteor Swarm or something, that can clear out a very large area very quickly. And a CR2 might have little enough health that hundreds of Ankeg might legitimately be a reasonable challenge in this case. Because what do they have? They've basically 40 HP. What is something like Meteor Swarm? What's the damage I don't think they actually have Meteor Swarm. I think they would have like level 8s, but this is just off the top of my head. 20d6 fire, 20d6 bludgeoning. So, well more than enough to kill an Ankh Egg. So, and I'm sure that level 8s, even like level 8 AoEs, aren't too far away from that. So it's possible that they could deal with hundreds of Ankh Egg. But that is still tough. Because, yeah, B92LG has it exactly. It's only 390 HP, but 1,300 damage per round. So, like, they'll have to deal with this in a particular way, but it's not the craziest challenge I've ever heard. It's threatening. I'm really just debating if it's fun and interesting. Like, that's the real debate in my head is like, is this going to be interesting? It might be. We'll have to see. It reads as immediately quite risky to me, but like the sort of thing that I would experimentally try in a very high level D&D encounter. I might try something like this. So I don't think it's not out of the realm of reason. Yeah. Don't get excited, players. We need to do the mandated grind to kill 40 Ankh-Eggs. Well, that's yeah, we're going to see. It's crazy if there is a mandatory grind to rush everything last session as much as it was rushed. He pushed them to fly out, and now he's saying going back. Yeah. It's already bad. I'm not going to lie to you guys. But it is... I don't want to give my full take until I see the full context of, like, how deep this depravity goes. Laura immediately talking about flying and shooting from range. Yeah. Which, like, you know, against 100 Ankh-Eggs, this is, like, maybe one of the better ways to challenge characters with consistent flight. We'll just have to see, man.
Correct, but you probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of, I'd say, anywhere from 60 to 70 that are now visibly coming up the wall. You can see the moonlight you can see the walls moving.
Well, we can if we gather them in one place. Are they attracted to anything like shiny things?
We need bait.
Or movement?
Us?
You're not sure.
Attracted to
They
us.
seem to have been drawn by
Noise.
the sounds and the movement of the combat you had at the bottom of the cavern, and it took them long enough for the battle you had to get down there, and now they're skittering back up the wall as you guys, with your torchlight, making your way up towards the
Just stop shooting.
And the-
they
yeah.
keep coming.
Let's just.
T, do you have anything? Do you have anything that lets you teleport at all?
No. Not really. I can become invisible and fly down there.
Do you have any like good?
What about a
terrain
dimension? Never mind.
Something to just
about what?
crash
It's a
them.
dimension door, but that's.
Wrong.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if we can. So okay, they're attracted to movement and sound. Percy.
And, you know, movement and sound, it's a reasonable thing for Matt to remind them of, and not, like... It still is very weird to me that we need to do this. But disconnecting it from last session and my feelings about last session, this as like I'm just sort of pretending in my mind that they showed up and they just see this, right? I'm just evaluating it on that. This isn't a crazy encounter conceit. And if I was really putting my CR legal defense department hat on, if I'm really looking to argue in favor of Matt here, it could be argued that last session did accomplish a level of foreshadowing for the threat that the Ankh eggs pose by putting them up close and personal with them, so they won't be tempted to go down and try to fight them normal. Now, do I believe that in my heart of hearts? No. This is only if I'm trying to win the case for Matt. But you could argue it, and maybe it was the intention. Maybe. Because it's like kind of an interesting challenge of like, how do you kill a massive amount of Griblies? And especially if I'm arguing if I'm even more trying to argue in favor of Matt here, if I'm trying to, beef up the evidence for my defense, if Matt is planning Vecna for the final arc, who from my understanding, big necromancer energy, he might want to have something like the Tide of Bone, which we saw in Whitestone, which was like that huge horde of zombies and skeletons. He might want to do something like that again, but have it be a more intense challenge. Like, have it actually be a more difficult mechanical challenge than the more, I would say, flavorful Tide of Bone. And if that was the case, you might want to introduce the players to the concept of fighting a horde and looking for the tells with which to group them up so that you can hit them with big AoE shit. Like, he might want to establish that now so that they have an amount of familiarity when it gets introduced as like a real heavy-hitting challenge in the final arc. That's my defense if I'm the fucking assigned attorney to Matthew Mercer here. Now, I think there's maybe a million better ways to do that. But maybe that's what he's going for. Maybe. I don't know. I would be tempted to say, oh, I forgot that you fully needed to clean it out, but they aren't going to be an interesting challenge, so let's do that off screen. That is against everything Matt stands for, though. Yep. It's an unfortunate combination of a few of Matt's quirks. He hates skipping over things or things being a bit wonky in universe. Yeah. It's just like, and I think this is one of, I think that those it is fair to call quirks. Because I think that those are kind of value neutral. I think those can be positive and negative. What I do think is maybe more in the flaw territory is a reluctance to divert from the way that he originally understood things, even if he could divert into an understanding that makes just as much sense, but is just not the way he originally intended it. Like, I think it could be reasonably argued in universe that getting rid of Symphior gets rid of the infestation. That, Symphior's presence was what was drawing the Ankh egg to the mines, and they will eventually disperse now that Simfior is gone. Like, I think that could just be reasonably argued. We have no evidence to contradict that, and it makes enough sense. I think one of Matt's legitimate flaws is that it seems as though he is unwilling to do that. If when he said infestation, he meant the Ankh eggs, like if that is what he meant originally, he is not going to divert from that, even if it's worse for the story. And I think that is actually a flaw. To be fair, I don't think that until you start speaking it out loud, I didn't think of that until you started speaking it out loud. Possibly Matt wasn't unwilling and just also didn't think of it. So maybe this is even more broadly where I'm kind of getting at is like, I don't necessarily mean unwilling in terms of like he sees multiple options in front of him but is unwilling to pick a different option. It is more like it seems as though Matt will not even begin to consider alternative options if he has it in his head of how this works. Like, in his head, the infestation equals the Ankh eggs. He is never going to actively consider alternative interpretations of what that could mean that could also be better for the story. I think that's more of what I'm saying. I don't think it's like he's thinking of alternatives and then turning them down. It's more like he never even gets to that point in the first place. Yeah. I think if they had more spellcasters, this would be trivial, but mostly they are single target killers, but high-level arcane casters solves this fight. It does. I mean, that's, yeah. Yep. Absolutely, yeah. Like, it's hard to change from plan 1 to plan 2, even if it makes more sense. I think it's even hard for Matt to, like, even begin to consider a plan 2, even if it makes more sense. Yeah. I have a hard time coming up with alternatives that weren't in my head pre-game, just too much else going on in my noggin during an active game. Well, and I'm with you there, negative review. It's more between sessions. Because, like, Matt had a week to consider alternatives. Like, he seems to have thought about the fact at some point in the intervening weeks that when he said infestation, when he gave them the quest, he meant the Ankh eggs and he would need to turn them around. He seems to have come to that realization midweek and then did not consider any alternatives for how he could run that. He's like, oh no, I meant the Ankh eggs when I said infestation, so they will need to turn around. and just that's where the process ended. Yeah. Since you split each episode in 2, I sometimes forget when Matt does or doesn't have a break. We're in part 1, so Matt had a week. Yeah, which that's also fair for getting confused about that. Yeah, but in this case, yeah, Matt had a break. Definitely, I would have a substantial amount more sympathy for it if it was in like an in episode break. Yeah. Yeah. My problem with this challenge is not the challenge itself, but that ultimately, if it does not land, there is no failsafe of just rolling initiative against 70 enemies. Yeah. Which is why I will reiterate, I think there are, even if you want to do the sort of this sort of thing for the reasons that I listed in my defense, I think there are better ways to do it. Namely, make the creatures go even smaller with the creatures. Go to like CR 1/8 and go to tiny creatures and make it be like thousands instead of 70 to 60. Because I think that 60 to 70 is still in the range where the players like I think they're still discouraged from like going in and, you know, rolling initiative against 70 enemies. I think they're still being discouraged away from that. But I think if you went either smaller or bigger, and I'll get to that in a second. I think if you go smaller and it's thousands of enemies, it is... I think that players will intuit how infeasible it would be to go into initiative type combat against these things, or to try to take them out individually. I think it will be very clear, very intuitive. Alternatively, you abstract these as a like horde stat block. I've tried this before to varying degrees of success. Because I love the idea of hordes. I love the idea of like a Vermintide type, you know, hack and slash against the endless horde of enemies. I love that. The closest I've ever gotten to pulling it off well is to have a horde that shares a single stat block, like you might see with like a horde of rats or a horde of bats or whatever, but that is still like gargantuan in size. And so something like an AoE spell does like 2 to 3 times damage against the horde. If multiple parts of the horde are encompassed within it, it does like 2 to 3 times damage. Like maybe, or I think the way that I wrote it, which is not, again, varying degrees of success. I don't think I've ever personally nailed it, but I've tried in the past. I think the closest I ever got was I gave the horde vulnerability to any spell or ability that hit multiple parts of it. So you would still only like roll the damage once for like an AoE spell, but then it would have vulnerability, so you would double it. I think that's it. It didn't quite satisfy me or my players, but it got close. Because I think you want the sense that it's going to wreck swarms. I think you want that feeling to come out of it. But you also don't want it to be, like, impossible to run in initiative-based combat. Unless you are fine with it being, like, literally impossible. You want it to be either, I think, impossible or easy enough to not be infeasible. And it's difficult. I think I've gotten pretty close. Like, I've had fun with hordes that I've run that way. But there does feel like there's something kind of missing with it. Like I don't feel like I've quite landed on the final version of it. Yeah. Impossible for Mad Defense, I believe his sciatica started flaring up at this guy. Sciatica. That's it. Started flaring up around this time. So last session may have been him trying to speed things up because he was in pain. That's also very possible. Yeah. And that's, yeah, it's tough. And it's the sort of thing that, like, if you were at a home table, like, homie, just call it early. But I get why he might not want to do that on an actual play, like, stream on the internet. Lord knows I've pushed through, like, feeling bad a little bit and just rushed things because I wanted to get the entire stream kind of completed. Even if I was a little bit, not like, even if I was like a little bit nauseous, right? A bit of a headache or whatever. Yeah. So I certainly get that from a like content creator perspective. I would definitely say if you're DMing like with friends, just end the session, but. Yeah. That's almost exactly how it works in Pathfinder 1E Mega. It's the troop mechanic. Aha. I see. That, I mean, yeah, that I would like I think that sort of thing would be better than how D&D 5e presents it at base. Like anything that I've seen in D&D 5e. I've had to homebrew some ways to like really, I think, zhuzh it up. But that's very cool. Yeah. I might look into like the details of the troop rule because I do use the minion rule from 4th edition. But maybe there's some other games that have like an equivalent of the minion rule, but for, large swaths of enemies. Yeah. After Scanlan rolled the 5th persuasion, did Matt make it a skill challenge? Yeah. He feels like he needs to sit where the camera is pointed and whatnot. Yeah. I don't have sciatica, but sometimes I get cramps in my legs and I'll pace or stand or whatnot. I'm sure that's a bit more awkward on a live stream too. Yes. Yeah. So, like, that is certainly possible. Which that might, it just goes back to, I feel not, I don't feel confident levying like a super full-chested critique against the last episode because it feels like there was something going on there with meta factors, kind of no matter what. So I'm not going to critique it too heavily, at least compared to what I would critique it otherwise. How I would critique it otherwise.
You have a very loud banging thing.
I do.
If we can get them all clumped together, I can throw down a few fireballs and flaming spheres and probably take a lot of them out. But I need them clumped together.
Why do your fireballs?
What do we have that's dead in the bag of holding right now?
Pork pots.
Let's just start throwing them down some things to eat, and I'm going to start making some noise.
Are they still on the walls?
You can see a lot of them are still making their way towards the mouth of the cavern, and there's probably about 25 or so that are gathered around the outside. Some of them are spreading a little bit out, trying to get towards where you are on the edges of the hole. If you wanted to move towards the top, you might draw them towards the edge.
And I'll take a few shots, and we'll just start
Same.
dropping things down.
Yeah.
One other idea. What if I go in as bait, make a lot of noise, and as they swarm, I throw a whisper and throw it into his shoulder blades, and then I'm on piggyback.
Okay, I like that. Sound bad.
No,
that idea.
why? They're already at the top.
The broom
might
protects
not need it.
everybody else.
Would the fireball where they are encompass them all, or I'm just saying if they.
Fireballs?
Not all of them, but I could get a lot of them.
I can also throw some fireballs.
Yeah.
We can fireball.
Percy and I just fly up and we start firing down.
I'm going to start making noise and just boom booming.
Yeah.
I point to a spot for Percy to see if I can get them to gather there, and I start writing a fireball to.
Okay, so the two of
launch.
you fly over to that side and you start making bad news, just explosion clatter as your gargantuan firearm just
Shots at them as I go.
and you take one or two of them down through repeated shots as their armor cracks and breaks. You hear,
We'll throw some meat down there too.
okay.
Is the noise centered on your gun though, and not down?
Yeah,
below?
but I'm flying right above.
Yeah, but they'll gather in the spot to
You
get
watch
to it.
as they fly above, and you can start to see them shooting these jets of acid in the arc as it begins to spray through, and you kind of mark a little bit to stay just out of that range as you continue to do so. But the noise you are making is you're watching them slowly kind of cluster up beneath.
Yeah, and we're doing it very soft, very, I would say not very gritty. Because, yeah, I see, like, the range. It's like, okay, we're not showing a, a map of where these things are. We're not worrying about the radius of fireball or anything like that. Yeah.
Where you guys are.
Great.
Okay, let me know when that it looks like a good cluster.
You got a pretty good cluster. Probably about, let's say, a 20-foot radius. They're closing all the space there.
Yeah,
Probably get about 10 in one blast.
I do. Yeah, let's throw down just a big old fireball.
Alrighty.
Bum, 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 bum.
20-foot radius.
You shake my nerve.
And you round on my brain. But like a love doesn't mean.
You broke my will. Oh, what a thrill.
Goodness gracious.
Balls of fire.
And with that, for the sake of brevity on this standpoint, you wait until they begin to gather into one space. And with a singular fireball, Keyleth, you watch as you send 4 of them screeching down, falling into the pit from the blast, while 6 of them appear to be heavily wounded or burned to a cinder and kind of run off, screaming before collapsing and then smoldering maybe 20 feet from the pit. More swoop up to gather into that space now that that explosion has drawn their attention as well. And you see a few kind of stop for a second, smelling the ruin of their their companions, and you see a moment they shoot another fireball as soon as they're gathered. Yeah. This one finishes off any of the stragglers there and heavily damages a handful of others. You watch now, over the period of time of you both shooting, you taking arrows and what's available, over the next 5 to 6 minutes or so, you guys cut down the numbers to about half what they were. And there's now just broken wreckage of Ankegs, just tore open from the explosion. Their chitinous armor kind of just fractured and open with the smoldering innards just kind of burning and sizzling from the impact of the fire. They start to slow their ascent as more and more of them begin to die, and you watch as they all begin to burrow back into the earth, kind of scattering deeper into the ground.
Hey, Vax, do you still have any of that? I
You had to think about it.
5 years, still thinking about it.
Yeah, 5 years. 100 episodes later. Do you still have any of that poison? Actually, like poison in, anybody have any poison?
I do.
You have poison?
Yep. Do you want some?
Well, I was thinking if we
You
still
got
have,
it. I pull out the jug and I go, poison!
It splashes around inside.
It's pretty good, Grog.
Got it. Did you want to drink it?
Well, no.
It's really hardcore if you do.
Another time. I'll rain check it, bud. Do we still have any more orc or like boar parts?
Yeah, no, we got an orc, like calf and a foot, and just
Oh,
it looks like a skull covered in
like
pasta
actual
sauce.
like raid.
Yeah.
Like raid. Like if we dip maybe some food in poison and throw it down there, everyone that's left will come and eventually eat it
Everyone.
I
and
think
die.
there's like
This one
40 or
calf?
50 of them left, right?
There's about 40 to 50 of
And
them
they're
left.
burrowed now?
These
Some of them are beginning to
last.
burrow in. It looks like some have kind of gotten wind of the
I wonder
wreckage
if we
and
can
ruin.
send fire into the caves where they're burrowed.
You've created
do that.
tsunamis as well. Do you think
I
you could
could.
flush them out?
I do still have my 6th level spell. I could attempt to get to a few of their tunnels and collapse their tunnels.
Can you fill the whole tunnel with water and drown them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could.
Too big.
What's too big?
To fill the whole tunnel with water and drown
That's a
them?
lot.
I have a.
We can't create chemicals, can we?
I just didn't bring.
Your mind.
I'm.
No, not really. I can create water, but I don't think it would be enough to flush them out.
I just made this poison for like no fucking reason.
We'll do shots. I'm just kidding.
You go first.
I mean, you kind of volunteered it very quickly, so.
You can't just make a material.
Are we just like above the hole?
You're above the hole, holding the jug. And
I'll
you're
take initiative. I'll take the orc leg.
Yeah.
Dunk it in the poison.
All right.
Toss it. And I'll take the last orc piece in the bag. Gagloosh.
Is that remnants of Dork still?
No. No. The ox is way gone. That poor bastard.
We burned through that ages ago.
Yeah. 2 little orc parts now. Poisoned at the bottom of the
They're
tunnel.
very soft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very like long cooked lamb. They're just like dripping off the bone. You're like,
We have
throw it
some
off
stuff
there.
in the bag of colding.
Are they in the back of holding?
No.
They don't
No.
have
No, they were not.
I
No,
do
they're
like
definitely
Yeah.
soft.
Yeah.
If I do like a commune with nature, and then because I know I already
Build a commune with nature.
commune with nature.
Yeah.
And
Glass houses. I like that.
yeah, right.
I like the image of a
No
spell that.
shit.
I just like a spell that creates a hippie commune somewhere in your fantasy world. It's pretty cool.
That's burning.
If we were back at Whitestone, I would feel okay saying that.
I thought that was-
I don't think I'd be carrying
I thought that
this
was
shit with me.
Contra
God damn it.
True enough.
Yeah.
Alright, so anyway, what are you doing?
Can I, because I already got like a map of their tunnels. Can I then move Earth to like?
But they can
collapse.
You get the sense that as burrowing creatures, collapsing the tunnels might slow them down, but they'll probably still dig their way out.
Wait,
What are the chances that I have materials for making explosives on me?
0.
I mean, enough to maybe like.
No, but like just the materials, not the time to make them, but just the materials, because one of the materials in making TNT is diatomaceous earth. And if it's a micronized diatomaceous earth, that means that it's actually an insecticide.
Alice and Daffy, what are you talking about?
No! Taliesin! No! This is the most Taliesin shit ever, bro. It's getting to be almost like farcical at this point. Like I feel like Taliesin is self-aware of it and is doing it on purpose at this point. Cause I don't even need to say how insane that is.
Wait,
Specifically for hard shell
Anarchist
insects.
I
cookbook.
have an idea. I have an idea.
I wouldn't have enough though. If you could make
You
one.
weren't anywhere near enough to do what you're trying to
Not
do.
nearly enough,
Remember,
no.
take one out.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, could she?
Wait.
Okay, sorry. Yes.
Pike?
I would like to cast Earthquake
Okay.
Maybe I can wiggle it all closed.
Okay.
Wiggle the
Shake 'em out.
tunnels.
Okay. So you cast Earthquake. What's the casting time on that?
It's just one action.
Okay. So you look there and focus for a second. Close your eyes, and you guys watch as the edges of the sinkhole kind of begin to shift. The single tower that was partially collapsed collapses into full bits of rock and rubble, and some of it spills further into the tunnel as the tunnel begins to cave in.
Shit!
Basically, you fill in the rest of the sinkhole, and the mine now drops about 25, 30 feet as the rest of the earth comes and fills it in. Eventually, the rumbling slows and comes to a calm, and you see now there's a dip where the space in the forest was. It's like a big bowl, and some of the trees kind of fall into it and get buried in the earth and stone as it collapses inward.
I don't think might not need that.
I love that.
It's still.
I love that everybody was up here bickering, and Pike just went.
I had some poop.
Yeah, get it done.
A few moments pass, and you watch as some of the Ankegs begin to pop out like the collapsed tunnels have forced them to kind of begin burrow their way to the surface to orient themselves. You watch as about 5, 10, 20 or so of these begin to emerge, and as they emerge, they kind of look around the space, and you watch them kind of looking at each other and sniffing the area.
I'm gonna firestorm them.
Oh shit!
You're gonna firestorm!
Just let Pike off the leash.
Oh,
So-
by the way, I can create a Holocaust. Is that what you're doing?
I can end this world in a Holocaust. All right, so as everyone's kind of marveling over your earthquake, little Pike goes, and also, and you watch as about 30 or so of these creatures have now emerged, and they're all kind of communicating with each other, and their antennas are going by, and they're beginning to look around, and this streak, this zigzag of burning flame just tears across the base of this bowl and just incinerates about 20 of them. You now see them immediately smoldering, turning to ash, these blackened kind of clusters of heavily charred husk, and the others that got to the surface just scatter into the forest. You get the sense that the ruin you've left, the collapsing of the tunnels, and the rather large portion of their populace that you've left destroyed, there's probably not much of an infestation left here in the
Too
mines.
bad, Vasquez.
Did we also destroy the mine?
Well, I mean, it's still there. It's just been
There
filled
was
in.
no stipulation about that in the agreement.
You know, yeah. There are so many places where Matt could have conceivably just said that it was enough and give the players the W. He's making them use multiple real spells. Yeah. And honestly, I don't hate this. I don't love it in context. Like if I bring in the context of 98, I don't like it. In like just how those were like paced together. But if I separate that, there's I can see some positives in this. I can see like and not too many negatives. Like if I take away the idea that they need to rush this in general. If I take away the idea that they need to rush this, whether it's because the rest was rushed or they need to get in a guest PC or whatever, this as its own little thing, I think I don't think it's a wild high level PC challenge. At every point, he gave them forward progress. Like when they used resources, and when they, implemented a solution of like shoot the gun to get them all together and then use a fireball to kill some of them. Right? He gave them forward progress on that. It's like, okay, that kills about half of them. And then Pike uses an earthquake. And regardless of what earthquake actually does, because I doubt that the spell text would fully support what happened. But it makes enough intuitive sense, and it's not that replicable to the point that I'm not too worried about it. And he gave them forward progress. Okay, the earthquake didn't kill all of them, but it brought them to the surface. So now you can see them, and they're clumping up again. And then she uses the final spell with Firestorm, and that clears out the rest. And he's very clear with them afterwards of that is enough. The infestation is no longer there. You do not need to like start digging through the rubble. I don't know if it's like the most interesting thing in the world, but on like a -5 to 5 scale, I think I'm at like a +1 on this overall. Like, I think I get it. I at the very least I get it. That I can say that pretty confidently. I get it. And especially if Matt wants to run any sort of horde combat in the, you know, in the last arc, I think it's fair to take this opportunity. And it didn't ultimately take that much, you know, at the table time. It took like 15 minutes. 11 to 26. Yeah. 15 minutes. Not that bad, really. Yeah. I think I'm cool with it. I'm still a little pissy about it because of the last episode. I actually think it makes the last episode even worse in context. I think it makes the episode 98, the second half especially, even worse. But I don't think it in and of itself is that terrible. I think it's okay. Yeah. Which this might be an unexpected divergence from what I was expected to think. Unless he's going to let them long rest, this seems much. It's definitely a resource drain. But resource drains are hard to come by at high levels. And so testing this as a proof of concept for how you can drain the high-level resources from the party, I think it was successful in that way. It definitely was a lot of resources. But I don't see that as a totally negative thing here. Yeah. Huh. It feels like a waste of time. Yeah. I think most resource drains are. You need to make them more interesting at base. Or you need to add interest on top of them, I think, to not have a resource drain feel like a waste of time. But as a proof of concept for a resource drain in theory that could come later, I think it was a decently run experiment. I think I'm good with it. Yeah. This is what the Myriad gets for asking an adventuring party they don't know. No party cares about environmental damage. Yeah, I mean, if their task was to clear out the infestation, and that was their task, feels to me like they accomplished the goal here. Yeah. Yeah. I guess with some magic and criminal labor, it's not that bad to dig the tunnels again. Yeah. And the platinum's all still there. Yeah. 15 minutes is not as long as I thought it was. That softens it a bit. Yeah. It is funny that they nuked the mine they were expected to clear. Well, yeah. It's true. Yeah. It's true. That's an interesting insight. Oh, I love interesting insights that I make. What did I say? I struggle with resource drains, and it's probably because I'm so adverse to wastes of time. I need to find a way around that. Yeah. I mean, I think that, I think most resource drains are at their base wastes of time. Or at least they yeah. I'd say they're mostly wastes of time. And I think at a lower level, they're easier because they're easier to make, just like natural parts of the environment. Like you put, a small crack or a small, little like mini chasm in the ground, that opens up, or you put a log in the way, or, you can put a lot of like really small, sort of naturally occurring elements within the world in front of your players or in front of your characters. And they're still wastes of time, but they don't feel as bad because they're easier to work into the fabric of the landscape. So it more feels like this is just this is just like how the world is constructed. So the resource drain goes towards like characterizing the environment and the location in the world in a way that is substantially harder to do at high levels. It's harder to tie resource. You can't just put a river in front of your level 17 party. That's not gonna drain any resources from them. So you have to figure out how to implement them in a way that still does drain resources and ultimately waste time, but in a way that is still fun and interesting. And I don't really think that this cleared that second bar, but it wasn't so long, and I think it was that it feels too egregious, and I think it was a good balance of how much resources it drained. I think that 2 spell slots from Pike and a spell slot from Keyleth and maybe some ammo from the ranged fighters, that's a decent resource drain for the amount of on-table time that it took. So yeah. I give it a very, very hesitant seal of approval. Long rests are a waste of time. Your players don't need them. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. We should add -5 to 5 Discord glossary. Oh, why? I like them better than 1 to 10. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I love the Discord glossary. I'm loving it so far. Yeah. Yeah. I'll give that one a it was an experiment, and I think it was broadly successful, but it could be done substantially better. Now that you've experimented with it, done the proof of concept, I think this could be substantially improved, but I think successful experiment in my book.
Technically, isn't the point of a mine to like dig out?
Now they can dig extra.
Now it's fresh. Now it's like day one again.
The etch a sketch has been
It's
shaken.
like brand new. Brand new mine.
There's none left. They're all gone.
I mean, that you saw come to the surface scattered.
Okay.
Craft detonation.
I think we did.
We could have smushed those and gotten so drunk.
How do you feel, Terry?
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I think mission accomplished. Let's go.
I think we did it.
All right.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
So, you guys make your way back towards Diastock. Yes. Make your way back towards Diastock. You still have access to your windwalk that has this non-concentration that lasts a while. So quickly enough with your equipment in place, you guys can traverse rapidly back to the city of which you began this journey. You make your way back to the Grumpy Lily. Introduce yourself to the 2 denizens within with the phrase, if you recall.
We want to
Chicken
talk to
and
many.
The many, yes.
The same elderly gentleman's like, okay, and shuffles over and opens the same doorway that leads you through the stairs into the central hallway where there's that one gruff guy on the stool, recognizes you, kind of nudges you and opens the door, and you step in to the tavern. It's not as busy as it was last time. It's probably maybe 2/3 of the clientele there, but the music is still going. There's people chatting, having drinks, and at a different table you see Korshad just sitting alone, hands still crossed, cup half full, still resting beneath him, and as soon as you enter, his eyes are trained on you. Whether it was expectant or just sheer luck, or his eyes are always trained on whoever enters through the door. As soon as you enter the establishment, you watch as his smile kind of cracks the sides of his mouth and the edges of his eyes, little crow's feet curl up a bit, and he kind of motions for you over.
Do you think he has friends? He's always alone.
Yeah, I'm going to start eyeballing.
Okay, now this I was going to say this earlier and then I forgot, honestly. Terry seems concerned that the Myriad might not uphold their end of the bargain. Like, they might just say, hey, thanks, you cleared out the mine, and not keep their word. If they don't, I would be a little... I'd be a little pissed. And I won't go too deep until it actually happens, if it happens. And I will say, I am not against the vague idea of you can't trust this criminal syndicate that you made a deal with. However, in terms of making deals with criminal syndicates, hey, you might not know that I have this particular interest in this particular TTRPG. This might be the first time that you've ever heard about this one. But there's this little book I got. I know I never talk about it, but in this TTRPG called Blades in the Dark, there is a chapter that is, talking through the reward that you get for, a given heist. And it is... I want to read its exact wording because it really, really stuck with me about how to run criminal organizations and how to run deals, especially. Let me see here. When you pay off. GM, comma. Definitely don't screw around with the players when it comes to the payoff. Don't say that the client lied and there is no reward, or that the meeting for the payment is actually a trap, or whatever. These types of things are staples of crime fiction. But in Blades, the PCs have enough problems coming at them from every direction already. When it comes to getting paid, just give them what they earned. And I pretty heartily agree with that sentiment. I think that, and I will abstract, and it specifies in Blades they have enough coming at them from every direction, which is absolutely true. But I also think that in TTRPGs in general, it's a similar vein to why I would never introduce more than one shapeshifter in my campaign. It's the sort of thing that can cause not fun paranoia. And that not fun paranoia in other examples of crime fiction, books, movies, TV shows, whatever. That paranoia can be skipped past. We can establish that it exists and that, they're suspicious about someone, backing out on the deal and maybe they make preparations or whatever. That can be skipped over in a montage. But it's the sort it's the sort of thing that you can establish and deal with very quickly in pre-written and pre-scripted mediums like books and TV. Within something like a TTRPG, I think that sort of paranoia sets up a really different sort of regime or dichotomy. It sets up a very different tone where it infects your actual players' minds and slows down everything else. You can't just, even if you can theoretically, in fiction, deal with it in a montage, it is still flavoring everything that the players do. It's not fun and interesting to improv around. And I think that is become a pretty solid belief of mine. So I try really hard not to screw around with my players when it comes to payoff. I won't say it's forever off the table. I won't say it can never be done, and certainly that it can't be done well. But like as a general heuristic, I never do it in Blades. And it is exceedingly rare that I would do it in D&D. I would have to have a really good reason to do so. And ideally, it would be due to circumstances that the players essentially wouldn't have to worry about repeating at any point in the future. So that is all to say, I hope that Matt doesn't screw around with them on the payoff. Reasonable thing to think as a player, but not fun if it actually happens, I think. Bit D added to the glossary. Yeah. I think it would be fine to double cross players if it had been part of the session 0. Honestly, even then. Because my problem is not even really that, like, betraying the players, you're, like, betraying expectations. It's the fact that it, like, poisons how they interact with new people from then on, and not in a super interesting way to me personally. Yeah, Terry says he's worried is fine. Spending the next 30 minutes getting leverage in case would be a slog. Yes. Yes. Talking about shapeshifters, anyone else think changelings are the only other species in D&D that gets even close to as strong as flying? Heavy agree, Bing Bong. Heavy agree. It feels similar to doing an ultra deadly campaign without having that in session 0. Yeah, it's similar. I think it's a little different. I think ultra deadly can still work because the like alternative behavior of the players is just that they don't care about their PCs and they bring a bunch of backup PCs, and you have some excuse for how backup PCs will be integrated. I think it's more like, to me, if it was ultra deadly, no backup characters, single elimination. That's what it's a little bit more like to me. Is if they knew the campaign was ultra deadly and they knew that if their character dies, they're out, I think that would create a very unfun paranoia and caution. Yeah. Changeling abilities are situationally broken. One of the reasons that flying is so strong is because it's useful in so many situations. I agree. I think it's like Bing Bong said, you know, I think it's the one that gets the closest to flying. Yeah. Betrayal causes paranoia, which causes the sort of DM versus player mindset that causes the game to break down. Yeah. Yeah. I think yeah. So I'm really hoping that Matt doesn't fuck with them on the payment. I'm really hoping. I'm nervous, though.
In the room while Sis goes and
He
talks.
has lots of friends. They just sit together.
Is Camilla still playing music?
The musicians are not currently playing.
What time is it now?
You're never going to see her again.
At this point, it's early morning. I'll say for the purposes of the hour that you got there, best that I can recall, it's like 1:30 in the morning. It's pretty late.
Excuse me. May we sit and talk?
But of course, have a seat.
Thank you. We have done our share of the bargain, and we're here to cash in our chit, as it were.
And his head kind of looks at you. You did not leave, but
number of hours ago. Am I to expect that you have completed this task already?
Yeah, we're really, really good.
And you should know that if you've apparently been watching us.
And kind of motions his finger
took
up
the,
towards one of the second rows, and you watch as one of the guards there, the ones that you've noticed before and kept your eyes on, have the hidden crossbows, kind of knocks on the edge of a door. It opens up slightly, whispers to somebody, and a few moments later, another guard walks, escorting what looks to be a young, mousy woman of red-brown skin. Her eyes, as soon as you get a glance, are kind of snowblind. And you watch as the guard that's with her is actually holding her arm and kind of guiding her as she walks. She has big black curls that trail down to her middle back, and as she's led to the table, Korshad kind of gives a little whistle, and a drink is brought at her place, and she sits down. Looks a little kind of confused and nervous, but sits down and kind of leans into Korshad, and he turns to her and says, "This is Dwala. She will confirm your words." Dwala. She kind of glances her face over past your group, and as she does, she reaches into a pouch and brings out what looks to be a few stone runes, and she kind of clatters them across the table. And as soon as she puts her fingers out in front and spreads them like that, the runes all magnetically shift to match the placement of her fingers below. Her snowblind eyes now go pure white. And there's just a moment where you watch as her head begins to drift back.
Do I
Like a
recognize
slow
this
hinge.
spell?
You do not.
Okay.
At least not this form of casting. After a minute or so, her eyes come back to their snowblind appearance. Her fingers curl back in, and with a very small voice, she goes, "The mine is cleansed, though the mine is also collapsed." And Korshad's kind of looking at her and goes,
But you say it is cleansed, yes? Of everything?
and she gives a nod. "It is free." He looks back to you all with a very sly, kind of begrudging brow, one eye still kind of partially closed.
Very well. We will send men to confirm the depths of this, and operations will begin. If at any point it is discovered that this was some sort of charade, or the means of our agreement were not met fully, we will be happy to make sure the rest of the Darrington estate falls back squarely under our grasp. However, for the time being, and if what you say is true,
he reaches under the table and sifts through a small sack that he had kind of held between his feet and ankles. Pulls out a heavy piece of parchment.
The deed to the Darrington estate, signed over to one Taryn Darrington.
Might I make a few more requests? When last we spoke in vague terms. There was some cash talked about, and also a place for my family to make a little bit of money or food. There's a farmhouse nearby our main estate. It's nothing special, a few acres of land. I would love to keep that as well, so that we could have a source of food for the winters.
Make a persuasion check, Mr. Doe-eyed youngin.
Right, 22.
22.
You are young, not yet spoiled by the strange truths of the world around you. I admire your optimism in the face of the unknown. It may be your salvation, or it may be your end. Only time will tell. I'll give you this farmland.
We are most grateful.
But if at any point your family comes back to me requesting any more inches in our agreement, I will happily take it back.
Honestly, I think that's reasonable, but okay, yeah, yeah. This is one of the, I think persuasion checks sometimes get a little bit mishandled, and I like, because Terry's right, it was a little vague. And so I think I like this being tied to the persuasion, and then him saying like, okay, basically I admire your chutzpah, but this is fucking it. I like the very hard drawing of lines as a result of even asking in the first place. It's a little bit of a it's not necessarily a mixed result because Terry got exactly what he wanted, which is I think good because he rolled a 22 on the persuasion. But it also resulted in hey, that's fucking it. Don't ask me again. And I'm telling you very out front. Because not only were Vox Machina vague, but Korshad was also relatively vague. So while he didn't have a direct reason to agree to this, they were very speedy about it. They were very prompt. And he now knows that if they work together again, they'll do it quickly. So I could see him maybe, if the farm is not a substantial piece of value, essentially, him being okay with giving that up to maintain friendly relations with this, extremely powerful party. I can make it work in my head as the good result of a pretty hard persuasion check. I probably would have put that at DC 20. Not even considering what he actually rolled. But before he rolled, I would have thought, okay, persuasion check, but in my head, it's a DC 20. It's hard, but it's doable, especially for higher level characters. So yeah. And Matt did give himself an out. It's very, very true. He can decide to have the NPCs undo it. Now, that would thankfully not be it's not like the players can accidentally undo it. And the NPCs that would be able to undo it are, how do I say it? They're controllable in a way. Terry can go to them and say, never ask for anything ever again. And now, after everything that they've done for them, if his, family still goes to the Myriad after everything they've done and after Terry warns them not to, I don't think it would feel too bad to the players. Everything is spelled out in very plain English of what will happen. So I'm okay with it as taking it out of the realm of ambiguity in terms of this deal. They blew up half the mine in half a day. He might be like, dear God, get these people away from my crew. There's a level of intimidation here. Yeah, I think there's a level of passive intimidation. Yeah. So it's interesting. This episode has been kind of the opposite of last episode, where it's last episode I kept seeing things that I really liked and then being disappointed. And this one is what the fuck is Matt doing? Oh. Huh. Okay, sure. I'm seeing things that I initially don't like and then kind of coming around on them. It's weird.
Understood. I wasn't quite finished yet, though.
He leans back in his chair, his arms now being removed from his mouth and going into an expectant cross.
What we saw down there in the Platinum Mines was the 230,000 gold that we owe you, times 10, times 20. What we've just done for you is given you access to as much money as you could ever want. And I feel that's valuable. My family will require a bit of spending money to get ourselves back on our feet. We are accustomed to a lifestyle, and we'd like to maintain it for a little while at least. I'd say 50,000 gold should be about enough to last us for a year or two.
He nods, leans forward.
Then you better start saving.
Mm-hmm. This is either a straight no or at most generous. This is a DC 30 persuasion. We are nearing the realm of impossibility, if not just in it. What an insane thing to say directly after this. And I I don't know why Sam is doing it. Like, is Sam playing flawed here? Maybe. Like, I think Sam might be just, like, playing flawed. Or playing up Tyrion's flaws. But, man, what a huge instance of it. Whew.
What if I sweeten the deal? We have among us an amazing sorceress who could open that mine up for you with a flick of her wrist, save you hours and hours of work, possibly backbreaking work that could cost the lives of many of your men.
That would be a very kind gesture towards the state you left the mine in.
So that's a maybe?
Let's call it the last thread of my patience, young Darrington.
So that's a hard yes.
Dwala, you may return to your quarters.
Thank you very much. She gets up and kind of looks past you all with a nod, and then her guardian escorts her back to the chamber as Korshad is just trained on you.
What I have given you is far more than many in my position would. I will work hard to make sure that this softness I have displayed does not hinder my reputation. And the more you press, the more you may be the end of that softness, my friend. I recommend you stick to the deal we've made. Be happy that I've shown any mercy. And be on your way.
Dude, I'm not even gonna look at the captions because, oh my god. Matt. Yeah. After this, I'm not looking at what Sam's gonna say because Matt has to start delivering consequences if he asks again. Like, straight up, that I think is about as far as you can stretch it. And like, kudos to Matt. I think he found a good way to stretch it. But if Sam asks for more, if Terry asks for more, like, I actually think you have to start delivering consequences. I know that I said, like, don't fucking stiff them on the payoff. That I don't think that's what this would be. Okay. Okay. I was worried. I didn't want to fucking read the fucking captions there, but whoo, man. On the flip side, as bad as Sam is being, he isn't quite to the stereotype of bad yet. The stereotype of bad would have attacked for being told no. The stereotype would have. He's approaching the line. I mean, I think this is... I would certainly classify this as flawed behavior. Approaching the line of being, like, out of fiction flawed behavior, but not quite there. As long as we all back away from the edge, let's reel it back in. I think we can escape this unharmed.
All right, I'll make do, and we will have to adjust our living standards. That's all.
Yup.
Indeed. Perhaps your father might raise a finger or two and earn some money for himself.
We'll see. Thank you. Good day.
Good evening.
He almost said it back. He
Almost
said
did.
it back.
Almost.
Starting something. We're gonna make it.
He takes his drink and kind of sips it and gives this kind of motion with his hand as his eyes finally avert from Tyrion and the rest of your group, and he kind of looks away in a contemplative expression. As he does so, you watch as the guards all begin to shift out of the crowd, and you watch as many of the various tavern folk that were laughing and drinking are all quiet now, looking upon the rest of you.
That's some Moriarty shit right there.
Yeah. All right.
You get the sense that pretty much everybody in this establishment, patron or not, are all keeping an eye on this. They're all part of Korshad's guard in some way, shape, or form, and you've been given leave.
You're totally right. He has so many friends.
I told you. Let's do this. Everyone
Just
dies.
doesn't sit with any of us.
Like I said, everybody, let's light it up.
You watch as Wentz comes up to you as this happens.
Hi. Look, you seem a very nice folk. You should probably,
We're leaving.
Okay, good. Bring for the road.
And he gives you a little shot to you, Vex goes.
But why do we have to go? Just kidding. I just really like it here. I think
It's a great atmosphere.
And that was the end of Vox Machina's story.
Yeah.
No. All right, you make your way out, back up through the Grumpy Lily, back onto the streets of the deep, deep, dark morning hours in Diastock. What do you wish to do?
Wow.
that was weird. It was weird.
Do we need to tell your family what we did?
Absolutely.
Break the
Right
news
now.
to Dad, yeah?
In the morning?
I guess maybe in the morning. They're probably all asleep now.
It's definitely 2 a.m.
Just get flirting with the bartender.
fine.
We're also a little Jimmy
Well, I
Jack.
haven't actually had the drink yet. I was afraid it might be poisoned.
I'm gonna
Yeah, maybe not.
steal a sip of the drink.
Oh God.
Make a cut. No, I'm kidding.
I haven't swallowed it. I'm just going to.
How is he?
It numbs a bit of the surface skin. Seems like a strong
Fine?
alcohol.
No, fine. All right, congratulations,
expecting him
us. Maybe later.
No. Should give you a more expensive shot.
We're all a little beat up and stuff.
Let's
We're just
go.
Probably
sleeping.
heal up.
Yeah.
Talk to your father in the
We'll
morning.
go to my house and
Your house.
Your house.
Your house.
It is now
Oh.
your house.
yes,
Your
it is.
house.
Whose house? T's house.
Well done.
Ooh. I mean, it's in your name.
You're a
Yeah.
homeowner.
I could get a second mortgage.
You could kick your dad out.
You
you
could
get to pay
evict your
property
family.
taxes.
Oh God.
You could collect
I
rent.
could refinance. I hear mortgage rates are really low right now.
I get married.
Tag in the tax will do that.
So make your way back to the Darrington estate?
Yes.
Okay. The guest quarters are cramped for the volume of travelers you have with you, but as you approach and knock on the door, there's a slight pause before your
Bertolt?
yes, thank you, Berthold, your the Braskin Dragonborn companion comes up with his like nightcap on, it's kind of in front of his face, and he's got his little lantern. He's like,
I assume you wish to stay here. I'll arrange for... Come in, come in.
and he kind of rubs his eyes as he leads you inside. It's quiet and still in the house. It's dark. No light aside from the small lantern that Berthold has, and he leads you on the bottom floor to the guest quarters, which are 2 separate rooms, each with a singular bed. And you watch as he begins to just grab cushions from various chairs and display sofas that are covered in dust that haven't been sat in for a decade at least, and is like trying to arrange them in the haphazard kind of floor bedding scenario.
I want to see where he's going with this.
He gets to a point where he gives up and goes, there.
Good night.
And just walks away.
Well, we've slept in blanket forts before.
It's been a while.
Not the first, not the last.
I get the big cushion.
Oh, it's got a bar in the middle.
Display furniture sucks.
You still do have your room, Tobin, if you want to use it.
My room?
Your room.
Oh yeah, of course I'm going up there.
Oh, really? You're going to leave us down here? You fucking
Terry.
highborn piece of shit.
All right, I'll
Life's on the line for you.
stay back down here with the pillow fort thing. Fine. But after they go asleep, I go upstairs and get back to
Okay, then. Make a stealth check.
Oh, Jesus. 4.
Half you open an eye in the middle of the night as you hear the creaking
Dick.
of the wood flooring.
Just going to the bathroom.
Fire trader.
By the way, do you have any beast changing left in you?
I do, yeah.
Could you go Minxie for me?
Oh, kinky.
It's gonna get weird.
All in the
No,
same room.
well, I mean, yes, but why?
I want a pillow.
Fine.
Unless Brian blesses him.
Okay.
Could have just used trinket.
Trinket parts are an issue.
Yeah.
They can start
They
mixing
really are. I want to get like a circle, like a dog, on one of the cushions.
You know, like turn around like 3 times.
Does it keep spinning?
Row, drop.
Can't find the. But keeps going.
That's how rock gnomes sleep. They do a little circle around the cushion.
Just doing Macklemore.
Alrighty, so you make it to your room. Left as it was. Most of the furniture is covered in sheets, but untouched as to where you left it last time you were here. There's a firm layer of dust across most of it, and as you step in the room with each step, you can see the footfalls leaving a small trail on the floor. You have a large shelf of books that line the right wall. You can see the footsteps to and from the bookshelf where it seems like your mother has taken here and there little elements of your collection. You see the covered outline of your workbench, which inhabits the far side of the chamber, and the familiar smell of old oil and leathers immediately kind of causes a flood of memories to hit you of growing up in this space. You do see, kind of poking out from one of these sheets, some of the leftover pieces from when you constructed your first Dodi. And you see the kind of the armored hand kind of partially open with some of the gears and the runes only partially put into the hand, and it was kind of discarded and left at the side, and it kind of also reminds you of those years. And you have this kind of very nostalgic wave hit you as you pull the sheet off your bed and kind of dust it out and fluff your pillow, and for the first time in a long time, have a night's sleep in your own chambers.
I'll cuddle with the Dodi arm.
It's very cold. But sleep does take you. You guys finish your evening's rest. You awake after the stress of the previous battle of the day. You all tend to sleep in for the most part, plus the late hour, which you eventually getting to rest. You all eventually come to later in the morning, closer to noon. But as you wake up to the smell of food being cooked. You make your way out into the central foyer area of the estate, and you can see Berthold is just running around the kitchen, desperately trying to put together whatever meal's viable, and eventually shouts out,
Breakfast is served!
What you got, Birdie?
Wow.
It's, didn't have time. Didn't know you were having breakfast, staying the night, and the, market wasn't open.
Potatoes.
Potatoes, some bread. Might be a bit stale. I made some stew. Breakfast stew. It's just stew, but you're having it for breakfast. Some mushrooms. That's it. I'm sorry.
Irish breakfast.
That sounds like shit.
A lot of carbs.
It's like Comic-Con all over.
Is this how we...
Yeah, man, it's just repeating. It's like we're getting into something like he starts with something I don't love. Like at the start of that, I was like, are we over describing Terry's bedroom right now? That feels unnecessary at best. But then there was a little bit of nostalgia piped in there, and I was like, okay, like, you know, he worked me up to that like positive one again. But I am with you, Paradox. I think if we were going to go the like nostalgia route, there's possibly a slightly more where we could draw out there. Shouldn't Sam describe it also? Sure. I mean, I think that Matt describing, you know, a few key details and then asking him to describe more or asking him about how he's feeling. Like, if we're going to go the nostalgia route with the flavoring of his room, I think we could have gotten him more personally involved in that. But, you know, it was fine. Which is how I'm feeling about all of these. Like, I keep like kind of starting to like work up a critique in my chest, and then Matt like just think like just gets it slightly over the edge, where I'm like, I think that was okay. Shit. That's been like this whole episode. This is crazy. This makes me feel like Terry and Wick are much more similar than I realized. I mean, to an extent, there's a little bit of us in every character. I've talked about this before. I think you could draw a line between a lot of my characters. And, you know, maybe Wick is pulling on some of those more common traits that were the same or similar ones that Terry was pulling on. It seems very possible. We do know they get better at this because it is a core part of Daggerheart. Yeah, very true. I think Matt has always believed in player narration, but he isn't as consistent as he could be. Yeah. And I'm not. I mean, I'm certainly not consistent about it. Like, my gut instinct would not have been to ask Terry here, but I do think it's a good call. I think to ask Terry about like what Sam in this case, what the room looks like, how he feels, like, it's not like deep in the core of my DNA, but I do think it would have been a good way to go with it. Especially given that kind of the purpose of the additional flavor and description is to dive into that, you know, kind of nostalgic feeling. Yeah. I think it goes in line with the other critiques of this episode. When Matt starts to have challenges, player agency is one of the first things to drop. That's fair. That is fair. Yeah. It goes much more roller coaster, which, you know, I don't think that is... We were talking earlier about, like, what I think are Matt-specific quirks. I don't even think this is necessarily a Matt-specific quirk. I think this is relatively common with DMs. Like, when you start to run into an issue, you want to get the players past the thing with the issue quickly, which most of the time winds up in you narrowing or limiting their choices or getting rid of their choices entirely. Is that the thing that we should get rid of? Debatable. You know, I think that I truly think there is an amount of debate if, like, player agency is the first thing that should leave if you're running into, like, really substantial challenges in a scene. But I don't think it's as much of a Matt specific specific thing. And it's definitely something that I try to hedge away from. I try to eliminate other things when I'm having challenges. But those have their own issues. Like I end up a lot of times eliminating flavor broadly. And I oftentimes eliminate NPCs. That's I would say more of my default, because I am not as good at improving NPCs as I am at improving environments and plot points and even combats and challenges. I'm much more proficient in improving those things. But I'm not going to sit here and say that having NPCs be the first thing that you cut is the right answer, because I think there are many, many times where it's not. It just happens to be my default, given what it is easier for me to improv. And I think that is, for better or worse, I think that's what we see more of the time, is DMs will cut the things that they're worse at improving. Yeah. For whatever reason, we can only speculate about. Matt doesn't seem to be 100% on top of his game during this last episode. Yeah. Like you said, we can only speculate. I think there's tons of speculation. Sciatica, real life, things taking priority or precedence. Maybe a lack of interest in the current plot, but, knowing rationally that it needs to be there. I think there's a ton of things that we could speculate on about why this plot line feels a little bit more shallow than others. Even others that I would think would be more shallow, like the HOTUS plot line. I definitely, if you just told me about both of these plot lines, I would definitely assume that HOTUS would be more shallow. But I don't think it was. I think this is probably the shallowest arc by a decent margin. And, shallow doesn't necessarily mean low prep. I've watched some of Dimension 20. I've seen Brennan DM, and I wouldn't describe any part of what I've watched of Fantasy High to be shallow. Pretty much, period. But I know that Brennan is a very high improv DM. So it's not just prep versus improv. It's more about, I think, DM comfort and the the feeling of density, whether or not that feeling is created by a deep amount of prep or just by really proficient improv. I think it can be created by either, and it's really missing from this arc for me. Yeah. It is also an easy shortcut to a hard thing. It's hard to make your players actually feel scared. It's very easy to say you're scared. That's also true. That is also very true. Yeah. Brandon's a very weird balance. He's high improv and high prep in some ways because he has so many constraints to work with. Fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, it's yeah. I feel comfortable saying that for some reason that we will probably never know. This is probably the shallowest arc to me. Beyond City of Brass, the Hells, Feywild, Vesra, Underdark, Slayer's Take even. The original Vasselheim arc. I'd say this is the single shallowest. And who knows why, but I think maybe the thing to take away is to watch these and try to identify where Matt could have gone more robust with it. If he wanted to get that feeling of depth. Yeah. Weird arc. Weird.
We're supposed to eat in the House of Darrington, Terry.
We just used up all of their food and they don't have any left.
I'm just all carbon.
What the hell?
Sorry, I'll talk to the help about this.
Can't you pop a crystal off of that helmet of yours and make a banquet?
No, I could burn us all alive though with one of them.
Not the same thing.
Did we ever discover whether or not the magic jug does coffee?
Only one way to find out.
Only one way to find out. Hold on. Be my guest.
Americano.
Coffee.
Also, I mean, I'll just point it out. 46 minutes in, 35 if we want to say it's from the recap. No guests so far. I'm not even going to talk about it too much because Matt gave a direct, I would interpret it as a pretty direct warning of the guest might come in pretty damn late. That is absolutely how I interpreted that. So, he gave a warning. So I'm not going to be too hard on him for them coming in late. If he gave the warning, I would assume that John Heater is on board. And I guess we'll see when he comes in.
How about tea?
Tea.
Nope.
Wait.
Wait, it can make alcohol and poison, but it can't make an English breakfast?
English
Bullshit.
breakfast ale.
Oatmeal.
Yeah.
Baked beans and sausages? No.
Yeah, breakfast ale. That works.
Breakfast beer.
As you guys complete your breakfast, you notice eventually Marianne's voice begins to echo through the stairway. She comes down and goes, "My word, Berthold, what are you cooking this?" She comes down. You can see her, her hair's kind of curled in front of her face and pulled back and tied up into this tight bun in the back. And she's just wearing this like long, deep blue robe over her just casual like silk blouse attire and pants. And she kind of glances down, holding onto the railing. Good morning.
Good morning, sister. These are my friends, Vox Machina.
Hello.
Right.
Grog, Pike, Vex, Vax, Percy, Keelit.
Pleasure. Brother, I wasn't aware we had company staying.
I travel with a group now.
I've heard it.
I bring news, and I know it's early, but could we have a little family meeting over breakfast?
Super important.
She gives you such a stink eye.
Yes.
I'll go speak to Father.
And Mama.
And Mama. She heads up the stairs.
She seems nice.
She's not.
I like her a lot.
About 5 minutes pass.
Extremely excited about all of this.
And you hear the sound of multiple
3-ish minutes back when you're talking about gameplay depth, not story depth, when you mention shallowness, right? I'm kind of talking across the board. I'll be honest. I think this arc is pretty shallow. And I mean that in all the ways you can mean it.
footfalls as the rest of the Darrington family makes their way down. First, you have Marianne, same attire, but she's a little more put together. You can see now she's left the robe behind to have more of her classic formal presenting to company outfit. Behind her, you have Maria, your mother, who is in this practically the same outfit she was in yesterday. She really doesn't seem to care at this point. It's more about being comfortable.
Hell yeah.
And
Sweatpants.
a few feet behind to his own entrance, there you see with his thick mutton chops and a tied over like deep red kind of burgundy coat, Howard Darrington. As they all enter, Maria immediately runs forward and goes, "Oh, I didn't realize breakfast was going to be made." And she goes over and starts taking a little plate and starts filling it with rolls and potatoes. And she goes up and kind of rubs your head a little bit and kisses you on the forehead and goes, "It's nice to have company."
It's nice to be home.
Did you want some stew?
She should come.
Oh, yes,
visit.
please.
We like her.
And Howard, at this point, is just sitting back next to Marianne and goes,
Oh, did you want some as well?
I'm fine for now. Your sister tells me that we are to have a family meeting.
Yes, and with your permission, I would like to invite my friends to stay for it as well, as it does concern them.
Hey.
Hi.
John.
Very well.
I bring you news, and I bring you a proposal. And as a businessman, I hope you'll listen to both.
he seems keen at the choice of words.
Yes, my son.
First, the news. It's good news. First, I will not be marrying this Lydia person. There's no need. And also, I think we all know I would not be happy in in such a marriage, and we should all be free to pursue whomever we love. That's beside the point. It's not necessary because I have made a deal with the Myriad. A deal that will spare us from any danger and clear us from all debt. They really carried out a task for the Myriad that has absolved us of the debt that you ran up. And we are free and clear.
He looks to Maria and Marianne, and, he softens up. I am... If what you say is true, then this is indeed a great day. And I owe each and every one of you a great debt. We owe you a great debt.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but thank
And
you.
also, getting out of debt was the whole point.
Yes, they don't... Forgive me for speaking on your behalf. I don't think that they want to collect on a debt. They just did this because we're friends. The forgiveness of debt comes with some strings attached. We will lose most of our property and assets. But we will maintain the homestead here and all of its possessions and artwork and belongings we get to keep. We also get the nearby farmhouse and all of the land. And we get a new lease on life and a new beginning. I think it's an opportunity for our family.
I was just typing out Matt's doing some very solid nonverbal acting, and I was going to say with his face. And as I'm writing it, they cut to this boom, zoom in on his face. Okay, I will say, I was talking about the shallowness of plot. I do have high hopes for this scene, and I'm going to play it again soon because I don't want to interrupt the flow too much. But this scene is maybe where we're going to get some of the depth out of the story, because up until now, there was no choice. All of the drama that was implied, that was interesting and did have depth, was seemingly just resolved by the Myriad random task. And now we might actually get a little bit of that story that I've been craving a little bit over the past session. And, okay.
And that leads me to my proposal. Father, as much as I have respected you for keeping us safe and providing for us, you have not given us the one thing a family needs, which is love, real love. You have made sure that we are safe because you care about our blood, because it is your blood.
Oh, there's like
and
a
you care about the fact that we
sneer
bear your
coming up.
name, but you haven't given us the opportunity to be a real family. And I believe we can be if we start out new and fresh together. Here's my proposal. I will come back and live with you in Wildmount, and I will lead this family to a new chapter. Our business model will change a bit. I propose that we do not engage in real estate anymore, but in another venture. Forgive me, but you have sullied our name.
Marianne at this point says, "No, brother, you have..." And you watch as Howard puts his hand out in front and just dad hands her immediately and pushes her back, not stopping his gaze from you. His jaw clenches tight as he kind of clears his throat and his hands go back behind his body.
The Darrington name is one of ill repute. We are scoundrels, and we are land barons, and we are awful people. And now we are penniless, awful people. But I feel that we can fix it. What I propose is this. Our home will be vacated by us. We are going to move to the farmhouse, where we will all live as a family. We will tend to the farm, and we will raise crops together. Our home will be turned into the Darrington Fund for charitable giving, where people who are down on their luck can come and live and get back on their feet. Now, such a fund will need donors, and you have many contacts in the business world. You and possibly sister could run this foundation and spread goodness all over Wildmount instead of badness and evil.
There's a flash of movement. How quicker than you've seen your father move. He has grabbed a chair behind him and thrown it across the room, smashing it against the nearby wall.
I take a step forward and just unsheath a dagger an inch and say, "We're going to keep this civil today, aren't we?"
You have no right to talk to me. You stand here in shame, the work that I've done and given my life to secure and give to you and your sister, and to uphold the mistakes that my father made the best of my ability and fix them. And you waltz in here after a year of adventuring and just expect me to accept you throwing everything I've worked for into the sewer.
I didn't do that, Father. You did. It's gone. Everything is gone. You don't even own your own house anymore.
It wouldn't be that way if you would have just married that girl.
It's not going to happen. In my year of travel, I didn't just dilly-dally around the world having fun. I was learning about the world and about life and about family. I was learning from these fine people what it means to really be a family and care about each other. I learned from Grog and Vax what it means to be a man and to be a father. I learned from Pike what it means to be a caring mother. I learned from Keyleth what a real sister is like, one who loves you and cares for you. I learned from Vex what a best friend is like. These are things that you never gave us growing up. I even learned from Percival the type of man I would want to marry one day. And we never got that at home. And from this day forth, I'm going to create a home, my home, that I own, that values and respects the opinions of each family member, that cares for one another, where we stick up for each other and help each other through hard times, and not just rule by decree. If you don't want to be a part of this, that's fine. You can leave my house. But I want you to stay. I need your counsel, and I need your help. And we need you as a father. I need you and sister to run this foundation for me, to repair our name and our reputation. It could be great. It could be the best thing that's ever happened to us. And there's more. I have an idea to create something else. A team of adventurers based here in Wildmount, the Darrington Brigade, led by me, Darian Darrington. We will fight for justice and win battles against evildoers and spread the Darrington name around the continent. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I feel like if we embarked on this new adventure together, it could save our name and repair our relationship. And as a businessman, I'm asking you to consider it, because your other options are, well, they're not great.
Make persuasion check.
Speech we made with the Myriad, sir?
I'm gonna use luck.
Your name, no one would know that you were forced out of your home. Everyone knows, everyone thinks that this was your choice, that you're being charitable.
I'm gonna see if the fates can help me.
Oh, you're gonna use it now? You're gonna use it now?
Oh my god! Cash it in! Cash it in!
That's it. 25.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Sing-a-ling.
That's a moment to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You see as Maria, your mother, is now kind of moved to the side of Howard, is kind of holding his arms. Honey, there was no other path. This is a gift. And he kind of like pulls his arm from her a little bit and begins to walk towards you. You watch as Marianne, who's been put on this very kind of shocked face, go kind of pale white, and for a moment, the facade of the adult gives way to the child. She goes, Father! As he walks up to you, you watch as he brings his hand up. And just falls into his own hand and falls to his knees in the ground. And he's just shaking, he's quaking. You see as his fist is clenched there, and he slams it into the ground once, twice, a third time. Each one just the resounding knock of him hitting bone and skin against wood. And he just does it again and again and again, all the anger and fury being focused into this. As he finishes and stops, you can see the blood pouring from the side of the knuckles there, and his hand shaking. He stops and looks at it. And for the first time, not even the other evening, in which there was a sort of feigned softness to him, that you have read through before and seen, for the first time you see your father as a broken man.
He looks up at you. I lost everything. I did this to us.
He looks back at Maria, Marianne, to you, and the dampness gathering down the side of his wrinkled cheeks, gathering across the stubble on his chin, and vanishing amongst the cluster of thin, bristly facial hair.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I am too.
He looks about at this point. Now, his focused anger has subsided in this emotional moment, realizing that there are strangers at the table, and he kind of...
If you could please give us a bit of time.
His hand's still like clustered.
I mean, yeah. I think that the comparisons to the Bard's Lament are accurate and fair. And and I am yeah. It's I will. How do I say it? I am very impressed with Sam's ability to construct very singular drama out of otherwise pretty straightforward situations. This could so easily have been less interesting and dramatic. The addition of the charitable foundation, the addition of him really putting it all out in terms of what he his real opinions about his father, his opinions about all of the cast, and I think saving Percival for last, I would never have expected, and hit like a freight train. Especially because we've talked about that it seems to have been there at the idea that his father was marrying him off to a girl when he is gay, and that subplot running underneath a lot of these interactions. What an incredible way to bring it to the surface. My God. What an incredible way to work it in. Oh, man. It is just, yeah, man. And even the aspect of him wanting to start these Darrington adventurers, and him really laying out on the table for everyone to see, audience, players, characters, what the result of his year of character building was. How his ethos about the world and life and family, how that has changed. And it's the sort of thing that I wanted to be a point of contention. And it was one of the reasons that I was somewhat disappointed with the straightforward nature of the Myriad quest. And I think something that I didn't lock in on enough, and that I think was incredibly, not enforced, but encouraged by the fact that the deed was in Terry's name, was how little they were actually getting back. Like, how much they kind of didn't pay off the debt at the end of the day. They just barely saved it. And, like, how devastating that would be to his family didn't really click with me last episode. In the way that it started to once he gave the deed in Terry's name. Suddenly it really clicked that we still have the possibility for the drama that I wanted the Myriad's offer to provide. I originally wanted the Myriad's offer to provide this drama of, like, they can, you know, maybe pay it off in liquid cash, but only a piece of it, and then we would be in this situation. They could do this very morally ambiguous thing, and the Myriad would forgive it. You know, I thought that a lot of the drama was going to come in there. But at the end of the day, them only securing parts and putting it firmly within Terry's control really handed over the reins of the story to Sam in a way that could be seen as risky, but I think is a fair thing to hand over after seeing the Bard's Lament, and Sam certainly did not disappoint, in my opinion, in terms of how he used the reins there. Yeah. And I mean, I did pause it during the middle just to note Matt's nonverbal acting, impeccable. Thank goodness. Honestly, the only maybe like slight, even this, I'm lukewarm on. I'm like a 0 on it. You know, I could take it or leave it, but even like Vex's intrusion into that, or not intrusion, but Vex's interjection there, I think could reasonably have been left out, because I think it was broadly well done on the other players to keep their mouths shut and to allow this to sort of build naturally with Sam's speech. And Matt did a great job of not interrupting. I think that it was probably very tempting. Yeah. Just well performed. Took all of the implied story depth that could have existed, but I would frankly argue didn't up to this point, and really compacted it into one scene. Holy shit. Even the aspect of his disagreements and drama with his sister are worked into that scene in a single line of her trying to interrupt and the and Howard like holding her back. Yeah. Really well done. It's great. Sam almost makes me say he's my favorite. Yeah, I get it. No one pulls a dramatic twist like Sam. Yeah. Using Vax and Grog for examples of manhood when they are so different in how they express it is a nice touch. Yeah. Going the extra bit for the farmhouse. The 50K was... I think that is reasonable to assume the 50K was for the Darrington Brigade. Oh, man. Yeah. The depth of this arc seems to be in the family drama, not in the details of the plot. Yeah. And I think that my kind of unfortunate perspective last episode was that my view of how this was going was that like it sort of just slid past me. The fact that they were only going to get a portion of the stuff and how Terry's family would feel about that. It just didn't sink in. I will just fully own it. I just kind of missed it. I don't think it was something that they needed to make more clear. I just missed it. And I do think that at the bottom of it, I still think the Myriad quest could have been more interesting. Don't get me wrong. In terms of the minds of the many themselves could have been more interesting. And we could have had, I think, a more interesting quest for the Myriad and still had this very fun and interesting family drama. That said, the tie-in and the support of the family drama as the underlying theme of this arc, I think is there in a way that I did not identify last episode. Yeah. Not every single player has aspects of them that are my favorite. I have minor critiques, but they are always minor. They're all my favorites. I get that. Yeah. I'm not even sure if Matt even knew he was going into this. Sam has been playing Terry's plan very close to the chest. Yeah, which is why I think it is a credit to Matt to trust in Sam to have a well thought out and well reasoned and fun dramatic plan for this. Especially again, I'll say it after the Bard's Lament. I think after the Bard's Lament, it is immensely reasonable to trust Sam with this sort of dramatic moment. In a way that it's not me. I don't want this to be taken as me saying that you shouldn't trust every character with fun moments. That's not it at all. But it is that Sam has proven a level of comfort and a desire to dive deep into these moments in a way that some of the other players don't seem quite as interested in. Or maybe not quite as comfortable with or not as proficient in, which I think means you shouldn't rest so much of the narrative weight on this sort of moment for them. But with Sam, I think it's reasonable to rest this degree of the dramatic weight on it. Because, to somewhat still argue for what I have said about the shallowness of story so far, if Sam didn't take this moment to the next level, this plot runs the risk of being the most shallow and the most uninteresting of the character plots, or of the personal character arcs. It runs the risk of that. I think Matt could have done a lot to bring it through that, but if Sam was not ready to dive into the deep end head first on this, I think it was a big risk. Dan, Matt was right once again. About Sam absolutely handling it well. Yeah. Terry said he would stay with the family. What do you think that means for Sam at the table? I don't know. I don't know if that means he'll stay with them temporarily. If it means... I think it's very plausible that it means that if they have another time skip, Terry will spend the time skip at the estate in Wildmount. And then when we go to the next real arc, the next big moment, it is he will rejoin the party for that big moment to go and handle that. Because I mean, from Terry's perspective, he's just been living and working in Whitestone. Like it's not from the perspective of Terry and Darrington, they are basically not adventuring anymore. Like kind of period. They're barely adventuring. And even this adventuring sequence with going to the Mines of the Many was a temporary one-time thing. In theory, they will all just go back to relaxing in Whitestone. And other characters have, in fiction, moved out of Whitestone. Like, it seems like Vax and Keyleth spend most of their time in the Ashari or just in general outside of Whitestone. And they just travel to see each other pretty consistently. So, for a character like Terry, I think it's super reasonable that the character could spend their new, like, abstract downtime in Wildmount at the Darrington estate, and then just rejoin Vox Machina with absolutely no friction when and if Vox is needed, So I think it'll just be like an in fiction when they're doing a time skip thing. Matt's acting was legit 10 out of 10. It was great. Incredible. Yeah. Oh, man. Darrington Sr. could have been a caricature, but he wasn't. Yeah, Darrington Sr. was well characterized. I mean, yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, I think you guys are right, Negative Review and Belphegor, regarding the subplot of setting him up with a woman. Yeah, and I don't have much more to say about it. I think you're right. Yeah. Well fucking done, man. It's yeah. We will see how they parlay out of this, and how much there kind of is left. I don't even begin to know how they will handle that. But, man, real saving grace for this arc, dude. Like, this arc otherwise has been like, had a little blip when they got to the Darrington estate, and then it's been just dead even for me, and now it's big spike. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to play it. Fantastic.
There. Looks over to Berthold. Berthold kind of like ushers you all out front, you staying behind Tyrion.
Man, I guess in theory, if I was going to break these up into 3, nah, I'm gonna keep going. I'm still feeling good. And if we get, plenty far into it, I may, maybe it'll just be a shorter Friday if we do it on Monday, or maybe we won't do it on Monday at all. But I'm gonna keep going. I want to see how we transition out of this.
About 10 minutes or so, as you all are awkwardly kind of waiting outside in the quiet. The cloudy day that had originally kind of brought you into Diastok is breaking in places. You see hints of blue sky peeking through and a little bit of sunlight occasionally finding its way across the cobblestone.
Because also, it bears saying that, like, the plot's basically over now. Like, they've kind of done it. That's it. So do we go back into another time skip? Do we go into another mini arc? Or do we finally get a plot hook for the last big substantial arc? Yeah, it's. I don't know. I don't want to say nervous. No, I am kind of nervous. I'm kind of nervous for. What is it? 2-3 more hours? I'm nervous for like two or 2.5 more hours of I don't know, just kind of waiting around with our dicks in our hands before something actually happens. CK3. I'm assuming Crusader Kings 3. If I had to guess, the Paradox game. I don't know for certain, but I believe Crusader Kings 3.
Roads of the cityscape. You hear the occasional tweet of birds as they kind of jump from tree to tree. And in this silence, you really get to take in the surrounding beauty of this town, even as oppressive and gloomy as your arrival may have been, and the tenseness of the work that you had to do in this space. You kind of allow yourself to realize that this is a nice town. You hear the door open once more from the front of the estate, and there you see Marianne, her just wet on the cheeks, she's wiping them. My father would like to speak to you, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Sure.
She steps.
Actually, before we go too far into anything else, I've accidentally skipped the break. Well, I accidentally skipped it once, and then I purposely skipped it twice. I'm going to take a quick break, I think, before we get, like, really into it again. Go to the bathroom, grab some water. I'm going to take the dogs out, and then we will come back for the rest. Yeah.
Back in, and Howard comes back.
Whoops.
He is more composed than he was before.
I got confused. I will see you all in a second. And run some ads. What's up? We're back, and I got nothing to say. Let's get into it.
He's back to his presentery self. When my son left, I was under the impression that his fanciful ideas would either break him and send him back to me, to finally listen to what I had to teach. If luck was with us. If not, his fool's errand was bound to get him killed. It is by some miracle that he found you. I don't know what's in store for my children, my wife, myself. There is a lot to discuss. A lot to decide. Us as a family. And I'm still processing all of it. I'm sorry you got pulled into all of this, but I'm glad. I'm glad that you gave him your friendship. And I'm sorry you had to see this. He's kind of hiding his bad hand under the good one. I'm sure in time I'll come to appreciate this. Out of desperation and obsession, I became my father. Something I promised I would never do. And I'm sorry. Looks back over his shoulder to Terry, who's a few feet behind him. I'm sorry. And he walks back into the house and just kind of stops a little bit and looks back over his shoulder towards you.
Second chances are a gift. I pray you don't squander it.
You're not the first man to panic at the loss of his shackles. I hope you eventually enjoy the freedom that you've just been given from your legacy.
Legacy. And he continues walking into the house.
May I have your hand, please?
So he stops as he's kind of walking. I'm sorry, what?
May I have your hand? Not in marriage. I worded that strangely. Just your hand that's hurt.
He's still clutching and hiding it, and he gives you a look of understanding what you're asking. He goes, I appreciate the offer, but this needs to heal on its own.
Understood.
This pain shouldn't be fleeting. And he walks away inside.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is there any more stew?
I don't know.
My stomach is like making noises. I'm so hungry.
I feel like we could find better stew.
Yeah, let's go.
No
let's go
offense.
somewhere.
Anything.
So,
Oh, yes. My place is here. I'm coming back to Whitestone with you. I have to. I have to retrieve Doty and my personal belongings.
We just finished your room.
Well, I'll come visit. I was thinking, for my Darrington Brigade, I'll need lots of recruits, and maybe I could get some down in Whitestone. You know, fine fighters and young trainees. I even have an idea for my first adventuring partner. I think if I sold my old armor, I could afford that drow for a year. And she lives close by.
yeah.
This is a lot.
I don't think that's a half bad idea. And we're all very proud of you.
So proud.
It's very impressive.
I understand legacy and responsibility, and I think it's very admirable of you to recognize your place.
I've always known that I was not fit to travel with you all. And I know that you all love me, but you don't really like me that much. Oh, I can be a kind of a dick sometimes.
I liked it.
That's why you fit in.
A year ago, it was definitely
terrible
true.
people in
What
general.
about the
no.
What about the bakery?
So much.
Oh, the bakery.
Yeah.
I'm really bad at baking, too.
No,
You
but you're
are
so good at
bad at
selling
baking.
stuff.
Yeah, no, I
Really
really
awful.
am.
You're so bad.
Yeah, I am.
Who's gonna
I
make
feel like some people
brownies?
come in just to like see you. And
Yeah,
see
you're
your
definitely the
smile.
face guy.
You can.
You're the good salesman.
Sure, that makes sense.
You can sell anyone on a shitty cake that you baked.
I'll come down and visit a lot. And,
What's a lot?
once every year.
That's
Around
terrible.
Winter's Crest. Well, I mean, it's a long way, and I can't tree stride or whatever you call it.
I can come get you.
Yeah.
Listen, let's not do this now. I'm coming back with you. I have to go get my robot, all right?
Well, don't expect us to be okay with this. That's not going to happen.
I mean, to be fair, Terry does have a point. I also have a responsibility, and
You're leaving too?
Well, technically.
I'm the chief of my people.
Oh my God, are we all breaking up?
Well, no, I'm leaving too.
We're not doing this now. What's happening? What is happening?
We need
I didn't mean to do
eggs
this.
and
I didn't know
coffee.
this was gonna happen.
No, there's no more discussion until there's food and caffeine. This is madness.
We're just hungry. We're just hungry.
This is hunger talking.
We're just hungry.
Yeah, I must
And a lack of coffee.
Angry as shit.
Everybody needs to calm down.
We need brunch.
All right, wait, so we get brunch back at like Whitestone, right? And get out of here.
Let's go to Whitestone.
Yeah, we can get
Let's
some
leave.
brunch.
Yeah, let's show
I don't
him
mind
like what
his
it is he's
anymore.
going to be leaving.
Yeah, I mean, for real, we gotta get back pretty
Yeah,
soon.
let's go then.
It's all right.
You don't say one word. No, you shut up.
I need to go say goodbye to Mama.
Yes, you
that's
do.
it. That's it. Then I can go. All right.
She can come into Whitestone anytime.
Yeah,
That's
we like her as
She
well.
literally has no money to travel there.
We
so-
can make it happen. It's not.
Well, say your goodbye.
All right. I'll go find Mom.
Okay. She's inside right now, and you can, as you walk inside, she's just kind of sitting at the table where everyone had breakfast, and she's just eating what was on her plate. Just alone. Turns around.
Mama, I'm sorry to spring all this on you, and I must go back to Whitestone with my friends to tie up some loose ends, but I'll be back soon. Days, maybe a week.
Be back, please.
In the meantime, though, can you think about something for me?
Of course. What do you need?
The charity. Papa and sister can run it. They have a smarter business acumen than I do. But the brigade, I was wondering if you wanted to do it with me. You have a taste for adventure. You could help. You could help. Sort of be our manager, kind of like tend to us when we're injured. And
Terry and I am far too old for adventure.
I don't think that's true.
It's like an organizer?
Yeah. Yes. Remember in Escape from Brave Mountain?
Yes.
Yes. Remember the kindly old wizard who stayed back
Dry, yes,
and
yes.
tended to the injured and fed them when they were sick with that mystical plague that they got.
Right.
Yes, you could be that old
Could be
wizard.
Dry.
Yes.
No, I...
Think about it. Read the book again. And when I come back, we'll talk.
All right. But if you're going out and you're coming back and I'm to help, bring me back a better outfit.
Oh, okay. Do you have a color in mind?
Royal blue.
On it. I give her a big hug.
She gives a big hug, and as she hugs you, her mouth gets near your ear, and she goes,
I'm glad you listened.
Me too. Mama, this is going to be fun.
and she kind of like sniffles a bit and pushes you away.
Now go! Hurry back! Be safe!
Maybe. All right, let's go.
Do we assume the forward of clouds?
Oh no,
No,
this
we
is
have
probably
to
a tree
tree
stride
stride.
situation.
Also cool.
Let's do that.
Would have been a very long cloud stride. Is it even?
Cute. I have nothing complicated to say about it. It's just cute. Yeah, that's it.
Impossible to cloud stride.
It's possible, it's just going to be a long
Tree stride.
journey.
Tree stride.
Or poof, transport via plants.
Whatever.
That's what-
Tree
that
stride's a
one.
very different spell.
Sorry, it's a
Oh,
fifth
I can
level
do tree
one.
stride.
Yeah.
The sixth level tells
Has a
the
much-
word,
I know what
so
you mean, but
transfer
that's not for
via
clarification.
Transfer via
Transfer
plants is
I
very
know what you
much-
mean.
plants. It is. Tree stride just rolls off the tongue.
I know it
easier.
does. That's why it's low.
Plant walk.
Plant walk.
Tree trip.
Sure.
Tree trip. Tree Uber.
Treesicle.
Yeah. Trooper.
Leaf.
Sorry, pull the plug. People,
Bottom
wrap it up.
All right, so you find the nearest large tree, and with a quick snap of your fingers, a flash of druidic energy, you watch as the tree form splits open within the doorway. On the other side, the main thoroughfare of Whitestone. You step through and find yourself back in your home city.
On the way out, I give Sentry a little like Like kind of
What
our
was that?
secret
Like
handshake.
Judo strike?
Yeah, you just killed the tree.
Quivering palm for Sentry.
Sentry is still doing it the first time 3 years ago.
So slow.
Okay, this is also something. I don't think they've ever introduced a guest player that was not in some way related to the plot. But there is no plot right now. They just finished it. So is it just gonna be a guy that just shows up? It could be. Or is it going to be a plot just for him that just goes the rest of this episode? Or is he going to deliver the new plot somehow? I don't know. But I'm very suspicious of what the hell else is going to happen for the next fucking 40 minutes. Because I don't see a whole lot to do.
All right, so you knock on the sentry a little bit. Continue walking. First thing that catches your attention, the main square of Whitestone, largely on the sentry, is fairly empty except for like a few carts, and it's mostly for traversing, and there's a small garden that's kind of in the early stages of being set around. As you walk into the main area, you notice that there's a lot of carts that are circled on the north end of it, like a small caravan of sorts. Like you see a series of wagons. There's some horses that are tied off at a couple of hitching posts off to the side, and you see what appear to be tents and tables with various wares for sale, fruits, vegetables, some exotic cloths and tapestries and clothing available.
It's a festival.
Sir,
My
possible
God.
salesman?
My God, it's a shopping episode. I'm so excited. It just appeared out of nowhere.
They have something in royal blue.
We're going to buy so many imaginary things, Travis.
What's happening though? Really?
No, really, what is happening?
Oh, really? What's happening?
You don't recognize any of these people necessarily.
I'm fighting a
There's no
dog.
reason. There's no calendar element to it. And as you kind of walk up, one of the nearest pale guards just kind of doing a walk through.
What? So what's this all about?
Yes. Percival, now that the trade routes are open, we're having more caravans to and from Iman.
It's a farmer's market!
Essentially, we're just keeping the peace.
It's been several years. Why you should be even vaguely surprised by this reaction? That's baffling to me.
It's baffling that you are so comfortable with it still.
So, excellent. Carry on, keep shopping.
Of course.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
It's a farmer's market.
Hi!
and walks off.
They have been briefed.
Do you guys want to walk around? I'm sorry.
There's a farmer's market!
I need some fresh halibut right now!
Are they selling, or are they just setting up? What's the
At this time, they're selling. And then you see some of the populace that come out. You can see delicious fruits, some swamp fruits. And there's some like herbal setups that have things that are from still.
They haven't had a shopping episode in a long while. I can give them one. I'm just not going to have a lot to say about it. Because this, fair enough. Fair enough. Not my thing. I will let it ride.
And things that are not indigenous to the Whitestone area.
Are there heirloom tomatoes?
Make an investigation check.
I'm used like no, I'm kidding.
Best luck you ever.
I think they're all heirloom tomatoes. There's no such thing.
You find some nice tomatoes.
Oh.
They're real tasty looking tomatoes.
Somebody's
They're also
heirlooms,
really
never
I think they grow well.
You find there's one kind of oddity shop that has small baubles and little jewelry like trinkets that they have for sale.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of dried meats. There's no fresh fish because a lot of the fishing is done locally. It doesn't travel very well on caravan.
Is there flowers? Is there a flower shop?
There is no flower shop on the caravan. There is a flower shop in Whitestone.
Oh, right.
But it's not like you don't need to travel to bring flowers, and so you don't.
I assume the council's going to be doing a round of this anyway, but I want to see the trinkets.
Okay. You walk up and you see a number of delightful things. You see a small rack of various vials, glass vials of various colored liquids inside that are kind of some of them seem to be swirling as individual.
It is a little crazy to do a shopping episode while the guest is still waiting. I'm just going to say that. It's a little crazy to do the shopping episode now while the guest... Unless whatever the guest introduces or the upcoming plot hook will, like, require their instant, immediate attention. Kinda crazy to do the shopping before that.
Kind of the guy who's selling it, as you walk up, you see this gentleman. It's kind of his early 40s, this long, almost handlebar mustache that curls past the edges of his jaw.
I'm still waiting.
His hair is combed over to one side, slicked down. And as he approaches, he's like,
Hi, yes, I've heard of you. You're Vox Machina. Well, if there was a team looking for the things I have to sell, it would be you.
He's day drunk.
Now,
he immediately goes into a spiel, and you watch as some of the other carts nearby begin to kind of roll their eyes a little bit. It's like,
So, Vox Machina. First off, how do I do the pleasure?
Quite impressively, actually.
Yeah.
Theobald Cans, by the way. That's my name. Keep it in mind. Theobald Cans.
Cans.
Like the festival. Yeah, just go with it.
The Theobald Festival is very, very popular.
I have here quite a few interesting things that may help you on your journeys. Here.
pulls out one of the vials and kind of swirls it for a second. It has this kind of orangish, yellowish color to it, and as it flows around inside, it has a thick movement to it, like a syrup. He goes,
This liquid, upon being imbibed, will temporarily allow you to see, read, and speak any language you like.
That's very impressive.
Isn't it, though? So I'll put that one aside as a possible, yes.
Is that for real, that one?
Oh, yes, I should identify that. I'll identify that.
Okay, it's a quick glance over, take a moment to concentrate. Yes, it is a potion of tongues.
Okay, thank you for reminding me that I do that.
Now, these, you might be interested in. He pulls up what appears to be a set of goggles with these thick, like, crystal lenses in the front. He goes,
Now, these fit over your eyes, and upon activation, they have the chance of dazzling somebody and calling them a friend for some time.
I know that one.
Okay.
So,
Sounds familiar.
in the maybe pile. This is,
and at this point, he's in the middle of this conversation. You can't help, you specifically, Vex, you glance over your shoulder as you see the crowd kind of parting off to the side, and there's a large figure, like, kind of beelining in your direction.
I nudge my brother next to me, and I.
Is it the
So,
guest?
I head nudge him. So he
You
knows.
glance over and you see as the crowd's being parted, you see like a 7-foot-tall, not quite grog level, but comparable imposing figure just coming right towards you. You see a darker kind of olive skin, appears to be a set of half-plate armor, no sleeves, just plate on the chest and elements on the legs. You see short hair kind of buzz on the side.
If this isn't the guest, I might lose my mind.
Like a curl of dark in the front, that kind of Superman-esque kind of curls in the front. You see a big, broad smile, a tusked smile. You see orcish blood in this figure as it approaches with a big sword across the back.
Take an instinctive step forward just to...
I mean, you'll kill us and we don't have to shop anymore.
As the figure rushes up, apparently drawn by the sound of the phrase Vox Machina. John, if you want
No one can see you.
We know it's there though.
There we go. Okay.
There's an enchantment.
Okay, all right. You know what? For having given the warning ahead of time, not even that bad. I mean, still wild, but clearly John was, you know, in on it, I guess, or for lack of a better word. So, hot damn, that took a while, but I was starting to get worried it might not happen until after the break. And so at least we have this. I do think they made that class guy wait like an hour and a half, yeah. Oh, also, I have no idea why it didn't send out a notification, Confused Strawberry. That's weird. So the speed now? Probably. If we're not shopping, I will at least tentatively lower the speed.
It's actually this big.
Okay. Oh, God. Oh, God. Much bigger than Hardwick.
Oh my God. So, as you have been in the process of specifically keeping an eye out for a group of individuals,
Is that? Oh my God, it is. That's crazy. It's just without the hair. I didn't realize how much the hair fucking sculpted his face. I'm John Heder, right? Yeah. What else has he been in that I am recognizing? Oh my God, apparently a billion things is the answer to that. I feel like he's in a TV show that I'm thinking of. Crazy. Yeah, that's wild to see him without the hair. John Heder. Yeah, it's Napoleon Dynamite. I remember it's Napoleon Dynamite. That's why I'm like, whoa. Without the Napoleon Dynamite hair, he looks very different. Heater, not Heder. Heater.
Individuals, specifically looking out for the name or any mention of Vox Machina. You spent a number of hours to no luck and kind of frustrated, but made some friends and talking around, and then suddenly you hear someone shout the name from a distance, and you glance over and see a cluster of individuals that match the descriptions you were given. So you immediately beeline up to them, and you watch as two similar-looking half-elves kind of spin and give you the evil eye.
Get off me.
Hey, friend.
Hi.
You look like you're headed this way. Did you
Can we help you?
need something?
Yes. I'm looking for some help.
Oh, wow, yeah?
All right.
What kind of help?
With you so far?
I'm with a group of these guys, and we have a bit of a problem back in our homeland.
Which is where?
I have a problem with memory.
Do you remember your name?
Yeah.
It's the phrase day drinking. It's already come up today.
Well, my name is Lionel Gayhart, but most people call me Chod.
Chod.
Chod? Well, that was my born name, but I call myself Lionel Gayhart. That's a better name.
That is a much better name.
On the end is hard. Chod.
Gayhart.
Gayhart.
Heart.
Yeah.
Heart.
People call him Chode.
Gayhart.
Got it.
I get it.
Lionel.
Right. Right.
But so yeah, we've been having some problems, and we need some help.
What kind of problems?
Like opening a peanut butter jar, or like how big?
Or
is
like
the trouble
dragon
you've
kind
got?
of issue.
Yeah.
Oh well, more like creepy guys in a big group issue. I'm with this a guy. You guys, you've heard of? He's pretty big in our parts. You've heard of the Meat Man?
What?
Are you fucking shitting me?
You?
You guys know him?
Yeah, we know him.
Oh, I thought he was just big in our parts, but
Where are you
What's
from?
happening? Is this what's happening right now?
Are we all paying attention at this point? Because I was kind of.
It's hard to miss this guy
missed
show
it,
up. And
I'm trying to ignore it. Now I'm failing.
I want to throw something again at Sam. I'm like,
Is Short Halt around right now? Is this a prank? Is that what this is? Is this a joke?
I don't know jokes.
Inside check.
How do
Inside
you?
check.
Yeah. That's fine.
I'm sorry, did Scanlan go by the Meat Man at some point? And I'm just remembering. What's happening? This feels like the Raishawn disguise all over again. I don't even remember what the name was. Very briefly, what? I kind of remember the gambling scene. That's crazy that they all instantly remembered. I legitimately thought this was going to be, I was like, is Raishawn still alive? Is Raishawn still alive somehow? And it has taken on a different persona that they're all pretending to know. That's crazy instant recall. Holy shit. Okay. So Scanlan is causing a ruckus? Yeah, friend of Larkin, exactly. So Scanlan's... What? That is not what I would have anticipated for the plot hook. I will be 100% with you. Huh.
That is... No, it's not fine. That's better. 14.
mark that.
He seems pretty lost on the name Shorthold, but seems to be upfront with his intent.
So wait, he does know jokes, or he does know the Meat Man?
I know the Meat Man.
But you don't know jokes?
I don't know jokes.
How do you know the Meat Man?
Do you know Parchment Boulder Shears?
Oh.
Never mind.
The Meat Man he's my boss.
What? Really?
Yeah.
What? Wait. What does he look like? Short guy?
No, well, he's shorter than me, but you know.
Much shorter than...
So literally everybody here
Where
is
on yourself does he come?
Like, is he this size?
She's a gnome.
No, he's bigger than that.
Excuse me?
It's the Meat Man. You guys seem familiar with him. You know what he looks like.
Is this the Meat Man we know?
Is he pulling a Dread Pirate Roberts?
Wait.
Who you guys
It's
talking
not
to?
the Meat Man that we know.
Well, we don't
Wait,
know. Maybe
wait.
it is. Where are you from?
Does he wear a beret?
do?
I'm from an area where we're from the desert. It's like a desert area. But we've traveled across. It's very, very far away. It was a long journey.
Marquette?
Marquette, did you cross the ocean to get here?
Yes, we crossed the ocean. We were on
Corel.
those wooden things that had like.
The ships.
Yes, ships. That's it.
Okay.
Ancarel, bigger than Marquette?
Uncorel.
Oh,
We're getting closer.
Oh my god. Okay, wait.
Right. Is your boss with you right now? Did he come with you, or did he send you?
Yeah, no, I'm with him. Well, he said he was around here somewhere.
Shut the fuck up. He's here right now.
Why? Is that bad or good?
No, real good thing.
It's a real good thing.
Great, yeah.
But will you bring us to him?
Well, I need your help. So we need your help.
Yeah.
I'm kind of his messenger. I was supposed to find some.
Hang on.
This is your first time being a messenger. isn't
I
it?
don't mean any offense here, but I was in the middle of a transaction.
We are
if you
totally
don't mind,
loitering now.
sir.
We'll take the tongue
Okay.
potion. How much? Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Just come on.
7,000 gold pieces.
What?
I don't know
I don't
about
know
that.
that
That's
much.
too
Tongue
far.
potion.
Face!
What was the third one though?
The third one.
The one you were
You
about to
didn't get
say.
to it
We
yet.
were gonna hear you say it, but we
Before you were
didn't.
so strangely interrupted.
That would
This
be
is very important, but
You didn't have it, did you?
I mean, yeah, it is kind of
There's a
important.
ring.
okay.
A ring?
A ring.
What does it do?
It allows you to move freely.
Is it under 1,000 gold?
No!
Then
Moving on.
goodbye.
We're moving.
Okay, out of his storefront.
Hey, Chad.
Storefront.
Chode.
Chode?
Lionel.
Chad.
Chard.
Right, Chard. Oh, you can say.
Please call me Lionel. Chad.
Oh, you
Lionel.
Yes, of course.
Lionel's much better.
Lionel's way better.
I probably should have told you my real name. It's Lionel.
Charlie's been this special and a disappointment.
Can we call you Lion for short? That's
Oh, that
fierce.
sounds cool. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm Keyleth.
I might get confused if you call me Lionel. I'm just warning you ahead of time.
Okay, Keyleth. Nice
I
to
get
meet
the
you.
feeling you're going to get confused if we call you Lionel. It's Percival. It's a pleasure.
No,
Chard.
yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Terry and Darrington. You're a fancy lad.
Yeah,
Vex.
this is going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just say
What's your name?
Vex.
Vex?
Yeah.
And your name's Vex too?
Yes.
Call her
It is.
little elf girl, and you can call me
Oh,
little
that's
elf
easy.
boy. Yeah.
Just ask a question, Pike.
Yeah. Could we meet
We're
your
okay
boss?
with that now. All right.
Wait.
Hold
what
on,
were you
Pike had a
gonna say?
question.
Well, just what do you what? Why is he your boss? What do you do? What kind of work are you in?
Oh, we do various things. I round up. He likes to. He likes to make sure everybody's in line back in our area. Sometimes he makes me make sure people pay up.
Wait a minute. So he's like a bad guy.
No, he's a good guy.
Are you a bouncer? Is he playing music and you're his bouncer?
I
Do
don't.
you rough up people who try to cause trouble?
Well, in the nicest way possible sometimes. Yeah.
Sure, that's what I do.
Do you know someone named Kaylee?
Kaylee?
Yeah.
No.
Does she? But do you know a girl that looks kind of like the meat
I
man?
don't talk to many girls.
Okay, look.
Oh, you're a girl. I'm sorry. Well, I'm talking to you. That's awesome.
Hey, that's great. Break it up.
It might be a first in my life. But I forgot. So I wasn't supposed to call him Meat Man. He's more, but in these areas, he's known as Ace Adon.
Ace Aiden.
Ace Adon.
Ace Aiden.
Wait.
Ace. I think that's what he said.
Ace Aiden.
Yeah.
But he's actually the meat man.
Yeah,
maybe.
and that's out of the bag. So we get to meet the meat man.
Yeah, we need your help.
We
so,
want to meet.
But I'm just checking you guys out first because he said I'm a real good judge of character.
What do you think?
That's the first thing we read off.
But what
of
do you
the
judge on
act.
us?
Oh, you guys seem really nice.
Yeah, you seem really
Yes.
great too. You should
So-
probably take us to him then.
So nice.
Yeah, it's nice to have to, go do something with people where I don't have to hurt them.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
we
the day's
kind
young.
of feel the same way sometimes.
That's great.
So he didn't send you here to hurt us.
No,
Just
no.
to come.
Yeah, well, we need to enlist your help.
Okay, hang on a second. Were you like earmuffs? He knows what earmuffs are. That's good.
I'm not surprised you think so
Anyway,
far.
why would Scanlan send a messenger? He has the gate
Why
stones.
this messenger?
Invite him.
Maybe
Scanlan's smarter than that,
Maybe
right?
Scanlan's trying to play us, and he
What's his name
accidentally
again?
sent someone that.
Chode?
Lionel.
Who's the
Lionel.
guy? Ace Aiden.
Ace Aiden.
Yeah, I don't think it's Scanlan.
It's got to be Scanlan.
Look, a lot of people could go by the alter ego Meat Man.
Yeah,
What
but
other
Butcher.
weirdo would name themselves Meat Man?
Butcher.
That's a good point.
And I'm also just going to put out there that we all know that we're going to go do this because we're desperate for anything to put off the inevitable goodbyes that we were heading towards. So let's distract ourselves for a little bit.
And fucking Scanlan.
We'll see.
Look, he's still doing it. He does follow direction. now.
Lionel!
If I were to trick us, that's how I would trick us.
Lionel!
What?
They're done.
Oh, I was
with their
having such a
conversation.
nice story in my head. What is it? What do you guys want?
You are very likable.
Should
You have
we-
problems talking to people, to women even.
Oh no, I'm really good at talking to myself sometimes. It's, that's where I get most practice.
It shows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's quite a bit of practice.
Well, let's meet this chap.
Yeah, let's go meet him.
All right, so you watch as you're led by this lumbering oaf of a half-orc who has a spring in his step and a perpetual smile. And everyone around just can't help but watch him as he goes. He exudes this natural force of personality, in spite of himself. And people are just enthralled or spooked or just trying to figure out what the heck this individual is.
Is there a fucking... Is this an anagram or something? Is that what it's called? The one where you can unswitch up the letters and form a new word? Is that an anagram? I don't know. I don't do very many of those. I don't like word puzzles. Ace Adan? Sadhana. Dan. Deson. I think I figured it out. Dazinad. Dasane. I don't fucking know, bro. I don't. This, I'll tell you right fucking now. I don't do the crossword. I don't do the Wordle. I don't do any game that is fucking perpetuated on guess an English word. I don't think they're puzzles. I think I get that the crossword is good for keeping old people's brains healthy or whatever. Not my thing. Maybe I'll get into them when I'm older. But so if that is an anagram that I could somehow unpuzzle, it's not happening. I'm warning you now. That is a type of game that I am not good at. And I will not be participating in. It's good for young brains as well. Fucking how? Because it makes you think. I don't like them. I don't like them. They're just I don't like any game. And I don't consider any game that requires substantial pre-existing knowledge to complete to be a puzzle. It is a test of recall. And I understand that keeping your recall nice and trained is cool. But I have famously bad, clinically bad recall. And so it is a purely frustrating exercise for me. I do the NYT Wordle and crossword daily. No, couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. No way. I'll do logic puzzles all day long. I love a logic puzzle, but I hate recall-based games. They're not my thing. Do you want to see what he looks like? I got the link to a PNG by itself so you can dodge the wiki. I see him right there. He looks like a nice little himbo. I'm into it. The elder me will take my NYT daily crossword and leave. I understand fucking crosswords more than any other type of this game. Because crosswords have more of a puzzle to them than most of these types of games. But I was doing, what are they called? What's the, it's like an Escher puzzle or something. It's like a puzzle where you guess a word based on an image. A rebus puzzle. I hate rebus puzzles. I do not think they should be. I don't think they should qualify as puzzles. I'll say it. I'll say it. I don't qualify them as puzzles. I don't like them. I don't. And there's no logic behind this dislike of mine. But other than that, I don't. I think a puzzle should test logic and deductions and clever lateral thinking. And I think that things like rebus puzzles test primarily recall. Because it doesn't matter how clever you are, your cleverness only makes the recall easier. But you still fundamentally need the recall. If you have 0 recall and 10 cleverness, you're never going to be able to solve a rebus puzzle. You have to, but if you have 10 recall and 0 cleverness, you can solve a rebus puzzle. I don't like them. Jeopardy not your game, huh? Or pub night quizzes? Not really. Jeopardy's easier, or Jeopardy's like better, but not really my game. Especially not if I'm like taking it seriously. Like Jeopardy is like fine for like casually learning new things, but not for if I'm ever actually taking it seriously. Yeah. Does it give a subclass? I don't think it does. Barbarian? Totem of the Duck. Oh, and also Bard, College of Valor. Interesting. Huh. There are many types of puzzles. I know. I just don't think that a game that is fundamentally based on recall should qualify. That's all. That's all. Sudoku, on the other hand, I love Sudoku. Because Sudoku is purely solvable with just the rules of Sudoku. You do not need any external knowledge to complete a Sudoku. I love a Sudoku. Yes. Hard agree. My ADHD is why I hate Euro board games. I can't hold a plan in my head from round to round. And see, I don't even mind a Euro game. I've got some things that qualify. Let's see. What do we got for Euro games? Does Power Grid count as a Euro game? It probably doesn't. Scythe is an obvious one. Is Wormspan? Does Wormspan qualify? I actually don't really know the hard definition of Eurogame, but I know the broad definition. And, like, I can handle those. It is just, like, anything that requires me to just guess an English word. I have, like, an irrational dislike of them. I'll admit it. It's irrational. But I hate it. But a word scramble is not really recall. It's moving the letters in your mind. But you still have to know the word. Like, you even if I rearrange the letters into all possible configurations, I still have to know the word that it is based on. So it is still, like, at the bottom of it, it is recall. If I just don't know the word, there is no way to solve it. So I wouldn't qualify it as a puzzle. Like, I did a Rebus puzzle recently that was, like, the word that it was just a word I straight up did not know. And so I was like, oh. So I couldn't solve it. I just had to look at the answer, and I was like, oh, that was unsolvable. Hooray. If you arrange all possible words, then you will make all possible answers. Yes, but if I don't even know, okay. The word that I wrote right here, this could be a word. I don't know it, but if I don't know the word, I can't recognize it as the answer, is the point of what I'm making. Like, if there was a puzzle where this is a word and this is the answer to the puzzle, I will never be able to solve the puzzle because I do not recognize this as a word. You see what I'm saying? Like, the cleverness of using your cleverness in a Rebus puzzle can only help you confirm the answer if it is a thing you already knew in your brain. So that's why I get so frustrated with it. The English language is so varied. There's also American versus British, so word games are... We're also in Fantasyland. We are also in Fantasyland. Wingspan, yup. Power Grid, I think so. Hell yeah. I like a Euro game, but it's because everything is contained within the game. And again, if you like a word puzzle, like bully for you, that's sick. I got nothing against people that like a word puzzle. I don't think it's crazy. They're just, oh boy, are they not my thing. And you will never ever find something like them in any of my games. I will never put them into any of my games. It does look like it could be a Star Wars planet. That is true. We can hold complex plots for D&D with moving parts and many people. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. I could not disagree with you more here. Being clever and knowing how English words are constructed helps so much. It helps, but it cannot take you all the way there. Like, I can create a word that doesn't exist following English grammar rules. And I could rearrange letters into a word that looks like English. And I would still not know it if I don't know it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can rearrange this into something that makes sense. Let me see. Ada is a very common cluster. Ada, we can use two of the A's there. And then SEAN is also a common cluster. Ada Sean. That could be a word. Is it? I don't know. This could legitimately be an English word, and I would have no way to recognize it because I didn't know it beforehand. It doesn't matter if I can construct a reasonable looking word. I can construct a million reasonable looking words. Sean is an Irish spelling, I think. Well, whatever. No, it could not. What about this couldn't? What about this could not be an English word? English grammar is not that consistent that we could say that this can't be an English word. What are we talking about? I hate word puzzle. My brain is too small. I was just trying to challenge your logic and debate. No, that's fair. That's totally fair. Yeah, can you pull out any existing English words from these? I don't even know that it's actually an anagram. I'm just guessing that it might be an anagram. It's like the like code name that someone is going by.
Is it one word, you think?
I don't know. It was given in 2 words.
I mean, it's C is the first one.
C?
Yeah, like the C.
Okay. Nada. Cinada. C? Nada. Nada. Dan.
Dana.
C? Nada. None for me. Thank you. I don't know. I'm moving on. I'm never gonna get it. I was just pointing out the Irishness of Sean. I'm fucking with you. This is something that it's easy to fuck with me on. Look. I've been a little bit coy and occasionally maybe dropped a hint that I might be making something involving blueprints. And I love blueprints. Hated the gallery. Oh my god, I hated it so much. And I'm not gonna go into any more specifics, but I really like that game, and holy shit, did the gallery piss me off. Okay, let's get back into fucking actual CR. Because I don't even really care how anyone, what anyone else thinks about word games. I just hate them. And I hate them for broadly irrational reasons. So, I'm gonna go back to CR now.
That's now, talking and walking with a very confused looking Vox Machina. He leads you along to the southern side of Whitestone, talking about his tales of, growing up around Ank'Harel and Marquette and any other tales he wishes to express along the way. But eventually leads you to one of the inns on the south side of the city. The interior is empty. There is nobody in there. It is just devoid of any people working there. You recall because you were told to pay everybody to leave.
Yeah. But he was here, so yeah. I don't know. You guys make yourselves comfortable.
This is the craziest 48 hours. I swear to all the gods.
No, it's cool. Ace Aiden has the best mutton. He keeps it. Normally, I don't think I made the mutton leaf, so you can check the drawers.
I'll go search the drawers.
In drawers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to eat any mutton from drawers.
He gave me free reign. I'm searching this fucking place.
Okay, you start pulling through the drawers. There is a piece of mutton in there. You get the sense that it wasn't stored there, more than maybe it was half eaten and left there for later.
That's all he remembers.
25 perception. I don't know. I'm just looking around.
Yeah, I'm looking for weirdness and traps.
Okay, investigation check, you guys.
I'll do that.
Nope.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no.
Oh, it's a 4.
Should I be investigating too, or?
It's on you, girl.
Sure. So what'd you get?
Not good.
No.
24.
Up and out.
11.
Okay. You find the partially eaten mutton. Vax, you find the tavern has many drinks on tap. It has a number of cups. Looks to be remnants of people that were possibly eating or finishing a meal that quickly left.
Yeah.
And the coffers for the tavern are gone.
No traces of poo anywhere.
No traces of poo, no.
Right.
Scanlan! Scanlan, are you here?
You hear footsteps coming down a stairway on the far end of the tavern.
Who's Scanlan? He's this really creepy weirdo they always talk about.
No, I don't think there's a Scanlan here. No.
You watch as an imposing figure makes his way down the stairs. As he turns around the corner and the light comes in, you see a human man. Very, very tan skin. His body is thick with muscles, and it's just imposing by just his VS stance. His shoulders are kind of forward a little bit, his fists clenched to the side. You see a dark leather vest that is affixed to the torso and a hood attached to it that hides elements of his appearance. But what you do see is long, stringy black hair that kind of cascades out the front. And as it turns around, you see a very craggy, pockmarked face adorned by a thick black mustache. A deep scar sits in his face under one eye, and you see his one hand is kind of rested on this curved jeweled dagger that's sheathed on one side. Turns around, walks over to one of the far tables, pulls the chair out, spins it around, sits in it and rests on it.
Welcome, friends. You are Vox Machina, yes?
Yes. Who's asking?
Sit down, please. If you don't mind. You are guests of mine right now.
Is this Scanlan?
I want to roll a perception. I want to see if it's an illusion, if it actually is Scanlan.
Make an investigation check.
I told you, I don't think that's Scanlan.
Good job.
And he flicks your gold coin.
25.
25.
You know what? Credit to Matt. I have crashed out before about shapeshifters and the prevalence thereof in campaign 1. This is maybe the best way I can imagine to introduce a shapeshifter in a way that does not proc further negative behavior from the players and specifically this meat man stuff. Because even if this is not Scanlan, they know that Scanlan can illusorily disguise himself. And by having him take on this moniker of one of Scanlan's alter egos, it's a way to make them suspicious that this might be an illusion or this might be a shapeshifter in a way that is not transferable to every other NPC in existence. Because I think that's the main struggle with shapeshifters and having especially more than one of them in your campaign is that you start to get this precedent set that literally anyone they meet could be a shapeshifter. But by introducing a specific characteristic that makes them think it might be a shapeshifter, I think you pretty succinctly dodge that. Where this, it procs them to do this exact thing where they do the investigation check. There was nothing about Corinne, right? Corinne had the illusory disguise, and there was nothing about her that would have prompted any of the actual characters to check her to see if she's an illusory front or a shapeshifter, other than a broad suspicion of NPCs. But at that point, if you're invoking that to check her, then you're going to start doing that to every NPC that you meet, and that becomes not fun. So, I am on a topic that I would normally be like fucking very much critiquing Matt on for the possibility if it was a shapeshifter. I would not be a fan of it normally. I think he did all the things you need to do here if this is a shapeshifter. I think he took all the correct and necessary precautions. Yeah. They're so fixated on it too in a way they've never done before. Absolutely. Yeah. Also, this is incredibly true, Daniel, of like Lionel saying that he wasn't supposed to tell them both names is also a huge, like, it's a red flag, but I put red flag in air quotes because it is a, it's a good red flag. If you always have this type of red flag on your shapeshifters, you're not going to get the super negative behavior of them suspecting every NPC. And then I think you can do shapeshifters kind of all you want. Yeah. There was the whole Meat Man thing. Like, they have a reason. That's exactly what I'm saying. There was the whole Meat Man thing. They have a reason. And I got to give it to Matt. When I've been broadly negative on shapeshifters, I got to give it to him when I like it.
Oh, God, Whispers.
Incoming whisper.
The Scanlan short haul t-shirts are available on the store right now. Travis is wearing one. You can see it maybe on your screen. He's doing a little jig. Boopity boop 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 boop. Buy your shirts today.
The hottest penguin I ever saw.
My name is Aesadan.
Told you.
I'm but a humble merchant from Ankarel. And I'm seeking to make some contacts here in this rumored emerging metropolis of Whitestone. Yes?
Yes.
Now, I have information that may be of use to you, my compatriots have told me. And should my gatherers and whisperers be correct, in trade I would like to get some information from this one.
Possibly. What is it that you want to know?
Rumors tell me of these fabled riflemen of Whitestone.
Yes.
Well, paltry mechanical imitations have occasionally come across the markets on our side of the world. I hear that you were the designer of these instruments of death.
Oh no.
I am?
Well, in the intent of expanding my influence and keeping the peace where I do business, I would like to make a trade. This important information for you to grant me access to your designs.
What is this information? And what?
I see it now. I see it now! Why this might be the last episode of Cries. That he makes this rando schmando who does not matter and is giving them the most vague of possible hooks of like, I have good information. And that's who's heard of the guns. Like, normally, I cannot be mad at Matt for not thinking of things that I or we thought of for normal quest stuff. But it is crazy. It's so crazy to introduce this guy instead of having this be on the myriad. Like, this is like the hook that that would have been just perfect for the Myriad. Just perfect. And now, like, how are they even gonna interact with this dude? Percy kills people that comes across the guns. Why? Like, this is like the most wrong time to use this sort of thing. You need to introduce this when they have a really strong incentive to say yes. And what is their incentive right now? Nothing? This is crazy. It's a loose thread at best. It's not even a problem with it being a loose thread. It is a problem of if you swapped these two quest lines, the Minds of the Many and the fucking wanting the guns, they make, I think, far more sense in the opposite quest givers. Because if this guy was like, hey, I'm looking to expand my influence in the region and I've got info, that info will lead you to a source of riches for both of us. And then he tells them about the mine. It's a platinum mine that they could offer to like let them co-own. He's trying to get influence in the region. He wants to take over this platinum mine. Oh, why is no one currently operating the platinum mine? Because there's a rumored legendary fucking force that has prevented anyone from setting up shop in there. It's basically rumored to be cursed. And he's like, but I know it's not cursed. I know a thing that I will only tell you if you agree to help. Like, is it the most smooth of intros? No. But it wasn't smooth on the Myriad. And I think it's more smooth on him. And it would be just great if the Myriad had interacted with the guns. It's not bad. It is just like a wild, like a trade in opportunity. I don't know quite how to say it. It's like what could have been. And I don't like to hover on what could have been too often because I don't think that's normally very productive because we can't blame Matt for not having thought of things. But he thought of the exact thing. Which is just, it's yeah. Wild. We did say he's having an off day. I mean, yeah, like it's not bad. It's not bad. It's just like my only thought is that he must have wanted to do all of the chat like recommended or the chat defined stuff like all at once. He didn't like want to split them up. And so he just like didn't see swapping these two plot things as like a viable option. Wild. Yeah. I think what you were zeroing in on is the opportunity cost. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's just like seeing someone have like two good ideas and then just like it feels to me at least like misuse those good ideas. Like it's all good ideas. Even the Minds of the Many, which I think has some construction issues from the ground up. I think it's still a great idea. And it's a weird thing of like seeing like two good ideas paired with two other good ideas, but just the wrong pairings. And if you had swapped the pairings of good ideas, they become that much better. Yeah. Crazy. Elementally corrupted Celestial would also make more sense closer to Terra. It would have made a drastically more sense for especially why it can earthbend. If you would put Symphior not too far away from the Terra, suddenly his corruption makes radically more sense. Like radically. Which you easily could have done with this guy in this little plot hook. The Myriad and guns would so go together. The Myriad and the guns would so go together. And I mean, we talked this through during 98 of like the alternatives of what, you know, could have happened, and I brought up this gun stuff. Right? I think chat might have brought it up. Man. They can't all be bangers, lol. Hey, and I agree. And that's kind of what my perspective was until right now. The thing that I don't quite even like know how to analyze or like categorize is like when someone makes two separate bangers and then seems to just like, it's like someone that makes an incredibly finely crafted baseball bat and then gives it to a golf player. And then gives a really finely crafted golf club to a baseball player. And it's like, yeah, theoretically those people could use those things. But they'd be really good in the other person's hands. Yeah. So it's almost like, you know, they aren't bangers, but only like contextually. These could have really, really worked if you swapped them. And I don't know what to call that. But I'll think about it. I'll think about it more because it's something I've never seen so starkly illustrated in front of me. Like, even if I were to try to describe this without these concrete examples, I would find it difficult to give good examples of it. But I think this is a great example of it. And I'll have to think about what to call this, because I think this is a phenomenon that happens more often, but it's harder to identify without good examples. These are good examples. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna really have to think about this. This is gonna be I'm gonna be thinking about this between the sessions. I can already tell you. Between streams. I can already tell you. Weird.
You don't even need to tell me what it is, but that would be worth quite a lot, and what you knew would have to be worth quite a lot.
Selling a secret recipe, man.
Herbs and spices.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that information has come to my attention regarding a hidden location on Marquette.
A hidden location like maybe a platinum mine?
Compatriot of mine, whom you've already met. Recently returned from an expedition I sent him on, where he stumbled upon a pyramid.
A pyramid?
That's what we're doing!
Does this pique your interest?
Oh no, the Sphinx pyramid?
Correct.
Wait.
This is the
And putting Symphior at a ziggurat makes so much sense. That's crazy. That's so crazy. It's just crazy because of how well they fit. Like, the more I hear, the more Symphior makes perfect sense at this location.
Information I have to offer.
What do you say, Marquette, though?
Yeah.
Another one.
Did you go?
And also, why would this guy know that they would be curious about a ziggurat? It would make vastly more sense if the ziggurat was just there and it is the passive threat to why they can't reopen the platinum mine. And that gives so much more of a reason and a rationale for Vox Machina to say yes to something that the guy thinks is just a business venture. He thinks they're just interested in the platinum. And he describes that they need to take out this threat of this chained angel inside of this ziggurat. And they go, ziggurat? And he goes, yeah, you know anything about it? And they go, no. Holy shit. Why would a chained angel be at a ziggurat? Use your head. Yeah. It makes no sense. He's got to have a weird little football pedestal in the bottom of a mine for no other reason. That's crazy. That's crazy. Man. Yeah.
Inside of it.
That's crazy.
No.
Did you see anybody
No?
around?
Did you see anything about it?
Yeah.
Yes, stealthy.
I would request you hold that information until we make a deal.
Sorry, Ace.
No, you could go ahead and tell us.
No, he's my
Does
boss.
it count if it's the girl that he's talking to? I mean, it's not quite the same, right?
Silence. My deal is with you, Vox Machina.
No, but you can tell us later.
What is this worth? Yeah, you should listen to him.
What?
Oh, I guess it depends on what he thinks it's worth to us. What makes you think that we want this information so much?
Right.
I've had a compatriot of yours stumble through my city seeking information about apparently something beneath your city. The whispers come to me. I saw a connection. From what I hear.
And what a it's so yeah, like good ideas all around, but then they have to be like contrived to fit together when they don't like just mesh supernaturally, where you have to have the myriad post this like fucking bounty board for what is otherwise a really personal quest that they really have the Vox by the balls for, and they have to give them this totally banal quest line. And then here, this is something incredibly personal to Vox, but like this guy has no way of knowing that unless, as Matt, you contrive a way for him to know that it's personal. But in order to do that, you have to have Scanlan have the loosest lips in the world. Fucking blabbing on about the death orb in the basement. Like, for all of Scanlan's flaws, fucking loose lips were not one of them. To my recollection, at least. So now you have to, like, post Hawk, like, make Scanlan even more flawed than he already was. And that is not a... He's already got plenty. And now he's just letting word of the ziggurat underneath Whitestone get out. For a long time, they weren't even telling people that they were from Whitestone because they wanted to keep it so kind of on the DL. And he's out here blabbing about the Vecna hole. It's unharmonious. I didn't think it was going to be relevant, but it's unharmonious. It is like the harmony that I was talking about during the takeaway. It's just that all of these individual things are kind of fighting against each other. And they're all individually good ideas. But to combine them is tough. I'll make it to the break. Wow. Yeah, it's individually. It's like chess. It's like you can make a bunch of individually good moves, but if they're not cohesive, if they're not working together, then they just leave you weaker than you were before. And man, there's so much good stuff happening. It's just not like in the right order almost. It's wild.
You've put quite a bit of energy into this darkened orb.
Well, this leaves me with a bit of a conundrum.
Yes, it would! It
When
would!
people come either asking to see my designs, or if we come across people who have been attempting to replicate them, we just simply have them executed on site. Traditionally.
Traditionally.
I would not recommend that.
Well, if I were going to do it, it would have already been done now, wouldn't it? Let's not.
I don't know about that. Remember, enchantment.
Thank you, John.
I think that was a threat. That was a threat.
That was a very good. That was a very good threat.
Really? Was it?
It was definitely a strong 6.
I want to hear about this compatriot. How do we know you're not selling us a song? Who is this compatriot of ours?
What?
He said someone came through. He's talking about this guy?
No. No.
It's Lionel, you guys.
I did not meet this individual, but apparently they belong on the council of your country.
What? What?
Wait, a little bit more, please.
Wait, what? Are Gilmore or Allura blonde? I did not picture either of them blonde. Is Gilmore blonde? I don't think so. Is Allura? I could see Allura. I never picture her that way. Loose lips Allura? You know what? Credit to Matt. I like it being Allura a lot more than Scanlan. That's fucking crazy. Is Allura evil? I've jokingly talked about it before, but why is she fucking talking about the ziggurat? Oh my god. Is Allura evil? And Kima's the good one? Is Kima the one that married an evil necromancer lady? I mean, I have completely kind of dropped the Arcana Panasophical from my theorizing because we just got so little about it. But, I mean, around the Briarwood arc, like Briarwood Chroma Conclave, I was pretty suspicious about the role of the Arcana Panasophical and them, like, getting the fucking soul anchor, which seems to be very fucking necromantically coded with everything that we know about necromancy and the fucking Age of Arcanum. And I mean, she is the fucking, traverses through arcane means. The Arcana Panasophical, if anything, is reminiscent of the fools who ushered in the Second War. I guess it would be the Society of Wizards. And I was suspicious of Drake Thunderbrand. I was suspicious of, like, the person that they said they embedded within, like, Thordak's fucking crew that, like, convinced him to take in the Ember Seed. Like, Allura never got more specific with that. she's been super suspicious. But they just never suspected her for a moment, and so I just never got anything deeper about it. And maybe she just has loose lips. Maybe it's just loose lips Allura. Fucking loose lips Allura, I call her. Everyone says she can't keep a secret, that Allura. This is crazy. This is wild. Never drop a theory. Queen-coded villain trope even came to Critical Role. Yeah. She allures you in. It's been there in the name all along. She's alluring. Is the Arcana Panasophical just the fucking body of Vecna? Is it just that simple? Frankly, it would kind of track. And Osgrood on the Arcana Panasophical wanted dragon parts and is on Ripley's gun. And Ripley seems to have been investigating Vecna adjacent shit. Like, it could just be that straightforward. Or she just can't keep a secret to save her fucking life. It's like, it feels like one of those two things. And she did go missing for a while, and no one questioned it. She went missing, and they just didn't ask during the middle of the Chroma Conclave arc. Have we ever seen Raishan and Allura in the same room? Yes? Fuck. Okay. I gotta get more.
Blonde of air traverses through arcane means.
What do you say? What was the first part?
Man or woman?
Could be good.
Woman.
No, he's not a
Woman.
Allura.
Blonde of hair.
Allura.
Well,
What is happening?
She went to go find information about it. That's not strange.
That's not bad, right?
Why are we assuming this guy is bad? I'm not assuming this guy is bad. I think this guy is good. He's just accidentally ratting on Allura. Because, like, Allura is just blabbing about one of the most, like, dangerous and risky and, like, under the covers secrets that Vox Machina has. And if this random Joe Schmo knows the secret, like, I think this guy might fucking be the guy that Scanlan bought the drugs off of. I'd have to go back and listen to it, but I think it's very possible that this is just the dude that sold Scanlan the drugs when Scanlan used the name Meat Man, and bro just thought it was a good name. And so I think this is like, yeah, I'm actually almost 0% suspicious of this dude. I think this dude's chilling. But Allura, the fact that this random drug dealer, probably, could even have heard this rumor means that she must just be letting it ride. She must be letting it fly. And he's just connected the dots on his own about this totally separate thing and is bringing it to Vox Machina. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, this is just throwing crazy suspicion onto Allura. And I have thought so many times that Allura seems suspicious, but then I've always reeled myself back in because no one ever seems to view it in fiction as suspicious. Everything that Allura has done that I have found suspicious, or that she has relayed that I have found suspicious, no one has questioned for even a moment. And I thought there's no way that Matt is being this, like, radically subtle with it. Wow. That's crazy. And I think it's reasonable to think that she might just be incompetent, or she might be naive about who she's asking and about how well words or how rumors spread. Like, she's a fucking rich, powerful wizard. The idea of her being out of touch is not off the realm of possibility. Like, she could be chill. But it paints such a picture of every other thing I've ever been suspicious of her for. Like even the inciting incident of the entire stream, her sending them after Allura, and how the fuck she knew and why she sent Vox. There have just been so many little things that I've chalked up to coincidences or Matt not like retconning happening or just a myriad of different things. Was she? Did she interact with them at all? Dude, I'm gonna have to go. Oh, it's so close to the break. But we might fucking find out that Allura full on betrayed them there. I can't progress. I can't progress yet. I gotta go back. Where do they talk about? Because they talk to Allura about going after the Briarwoods. So it's before they go after the Briarwoods, but I think after the Briarwoods attack, like, do they interact with her at all? After the Briarwoods, after they have the conflict at Iman Palace. So, like, right before they leave to go to Whitestone. Do they talk to her at all? Yeah, it would have been like 25, 26, 27. Anywhere in here. The line is so held, it's a tightrope. It was Seeker Assume. They definitely talked to Seeker Assume. And Seegersum goes off to Wildmount and ostensibly finds nothing. But they never talked to Allura. They weren't allowed to meet anyone in Cloudtop. That's right. After they'd been called to the throne room by Uriel. I would assume so. Hey. They did talk with her, Mike 30? Do you know where? Do you know where? I'll start fucking alt effing the transcripts for Allura. And sniff out Allura. I'm gonna find her. Do I see that everyone's safe?
Royally destroyed by...
What is this? I'm like 80% sure she was disappointed in Tiberius. She definitely was. When Tiberius was feeble-minded.
Many of you.
Right.
The wounded...
Do I see that everybody's safe right now?
Yeah, you get the sense that there is no immediate danger.
Okay, I'm going to use my, lizard brain and sniff out immediately Allura. And I'm going to go find her.
Okay.
Do we see him go find her?
You guys currently are too engrossed with Percy currently pinning a young boy in the ground and shooting his hand off.
Oh, that's right. Right. Okay. This is where we are. For sure.
Okay.
Who's currently like, please. What do you need? Just let me go, please.
Do it,
I want you to spend the rest of your life making up for the things you've allowed to happen. I now take the butt of my gun and I'm gonna knock him unconscious.
Okay. At the point of life he has left. Whack. Yeah.
I do know there exists a webpage for searching CR transcripts. I've always been hesitant to use it because I never wanted to see mentions in future episodes. It would be immensely useful though.
He just falls and crumbles to the ground unconscious. Pool of blood forming under his...
Okay, any other mentions of Allura? So he sniffs out Allura. On the front stairs, Allura's rushing out to inspect everyone. I go to Lockheed. Orion, Tiberius. Tiberius, are you all right? You've been cursed by something. Hold on. Tiberius, calm yourself. You need to see a cleric. I was mostly curious if Allura dissuades them from going to Whitestone at all. I think I'm dangerous. 2 puncture wounds. The kimchi. There's not much you can really glean from it. And there next to Allura, you do yes. I'm certain there's an investigation. The Briarwoods are esteemed guests.
Tomorrow when the sun rises, find yourself back to the palace. I would like very much to speak with you. This disturbs.
Yeah. Ep 26, right after the trial. '26. 39 minutes in. Where is this?
Puts his spear to the side.
Trinket's still here, though.
Do you have weapons styled by the knife? Is there anyone I can check with?
Just track the first time you came to the palace, where Pike was slain. This is very, very emotional and already has this kind of... You're brought into the main chamber. You can see there's the dual thrones for Uriel and his wife. His wife is not present, his family is not present, just Uriel sitting on the throne. There are a few guards on the different entrances to the room. And as you walk in, Uriel just kind of sits there on the throne and gives you acknowledgement and kind of ushers you into the room. You all step in, Trinket kind of behind you, keeping an eye out.
Master speaking at 39 minutes in? I'm at 39 in Ep 26? Oh, okay. So a bit after the break, but after this convo. A little further is right after Uriel snaps at them. Let's see. I'm just gonna... Oh, wait. I can probably find it if I just go on Allura mentions. There we go. We are speaking half-elf. What? sorry, I was wrong. Wait, okay. As Allura right now is being kept out of the scenario. Noble blood. Noble blood. Okay, there we go.
I shall.
I know you come of noble blood, and many of you stand to inspire many others of noble blood. Celebrated heroes of this city, there's a lot more on the line here besides just your well-being. There's a lot of people in this town that look up to you. Nevertheless, I've already said more than I should. Good luck.
Thank you, Allura.
She kind of looks behind, and you can see she takes this small hood of the same material of her robe that she's wearing and kind of puts it up over her head and rushes off towards her white tower, towards the edge of the Cloudtop district.
Damn. Fucking politics. No one insight checked her.
No one insight checked her. She reaches into her pocket and brings out your earring of transcription. Do the best to clear your name. Doesn't even trust us to tell her the truth. Oh. Okay. She's sending them off with, like, a word and a prayer. But I don't think it's...
A lot of sense. Vampirism is a bit beyond what I was expecting. And I did sense some powerful, masqueraded...
Masqueraded, you say? There's no way! It has to be a coincidence. It has to be, dude.
Just accept it for what it is, guys.
I just worry. I know not what happened here, and I heard what you said, and I honestly do not trust the Briarwoods myself either. There was something about that meal and the conversation and the presence that just put me off entirely. It was strange. And what you say makes a lot of sense. Vampirism is a bit beyond what I was expecting. And
I do. Matt Blanchard, you know, look, I might not have I don't even know that Matt planned ahead 50 episode titles. I think Matt went back to all of the times that they could have found this out and picked out a relevant word. And I think it's relevant. And you know what I think? I think it's possible. I don't know. I'm of two minds here. I think it's possible that she's been bad the whole time. Bad to the bone, some might say. I also think it's possible that she's gotten fucking charmed. She's gotten, like, drawn in by the esoteric, hidden, fucking eldritch knowledge of Vecna. They set their fucking wizards on investigating this shit. The very same type of people that clearly, with Delilah Briarwood, already fell victim to its allure, to its charm. Not literally charm, but like, you know, the fucking charm. It's pull. It's temptation. I think it's immensely possible. And I've theorized before that possibly like parts of the Arcana Panasophical are good and parts of them are bad, and either the good parts don't know about the bad parts or they like tolerate them. And I could see this entire Briarwood debacle having set Allura onto the other side of that divide. Maybe she was like broadly aware of it, but like was never corrupted. Yeah. Holy shit. Dude. I'm gonna lock it in right now. I'm gonna lock it in. I think Allura. I think Delilah was in the Arcana Panasophical. I don't remember whether or not that's directly confirmed or not. I think it might be directly confirmed. And I think the Panasophical was aware of Delilah's experiments. Possibly? No, I'm locking it in. I'm not saying possibly. I'm saying definitives. They were aware of her inclinations. And they used Delilah originally to craft the soul anchor that locked away Thordak the first time, right? I think Delilah might have been the one to craft the Ember Seed. And so they're very aware of this side, but Allura, didn't like take too many steps into the dark. But the further she went down at Vox Machina's behest, the more it called to her, the more she saw the power that could be attained. Now, part of the reason that I'm struggling to really form a cohesive theory is that I don't know exactly what Allura even wants. Like, I don't have like a really solid basis for her motivations. So I don't know if she would be drawn in by promises of wealth or power or raising a lost loved one. I don't know what about the power appealed to her, but I think something did. And all of the weirdness that has been going on, her going missing for stretches at a time, maybe even her getting married to Kima, because she wants a little bit of normalcy before she enacts whatever she is planning. And I think that she is diving deeper than she should and has possibly even started an irreversible... No, not possibly. Not possibly. I think she's diving deeper than she should. She's getting desperate, ravenous for information. And she is starting to get sloppy with it. That is how her lips have loosened in Marquette. She's starting to ask people that she shouldn't because she's getting closer. And the closer she gets, the more desperate she becomes. And I think, I will even say, I think she might still be, I think she's still savable. I think she hasn't fully gone to the darkness. And I think Vox Machina will have a chance to save her before she goes fully Darth Vader on us. But that's exactly what I think is happening. How does he do it? Oh my God. So not a long-term con, she's been poisoned against them. Yes. And I think she might even try to fucking pitch Vox Machina on it. And you know, while we're making fucking predictions, let's keep going. I think she will be the avatar of Vecna. I think we are going to see her enacting a ritual, and I don't think even her goal. I think she will be misinformed. She will be tricked. She will be misled about the goal of the ritual. And she's going to try to sell Vox Machina on it. She's going to be like, guys, you don't understand. This is for the greater good. And they're going to be like, nothing that you could be doing right now, Allura, could even be for the greater good. This is fucked, bro. And depending on how successful they are, I think they fail to save her. And she goes forward with the ritual, and Vecna fucking possesses Allura's body. And the fucking final arc, and the final villain, the antagonist, is inhabiting Allura. Their first, it seems, friend or NPC that they ever loved, and is going to make them act against. Going to make her act against them. Juicy! Holy shit. Let's get back into it. I'm ready.
What does the meat man mean to you?
Man. Kind of leans back, and you see he takes the dagger out and just kind of spins it a little bit on the fingertip.
The meat man is before you.
God.
I don't know where you heard this title, but
Go back about 30. That's fair. I was all over the place for a sec. So that's totally fair. I'm gonna go back to blonde of hair. Yeah.
traverses through arcane means.
What do you say? What was the first part?
Man or woman?
Could be woman.
No, he's not a
Woman.
Alora.
Blonde of hair.
Alora.
Well,
What is happening?
Go find information about it. That's not strange.
That's not bad, right?
What does the meat man mean to you?
Man. Kind of leans back, and you see he takes the dagger out and just kind of spins it a little bit on the fingertip.
Yeah, I think this dude is
Meat
just
man
got it
is
from
before
Scanlan.
I don't know where you heard this title, but
Stupid. I told you guys it's
Ace.
there will be a conversation later.
Oh no.
But that is a business alias of mine that I've had for a short time.
You don't need to get upset with him for it.
We had a friend who
Yeah.
also, we thought it might have been him, so we
Felix,
kind of,
they are
talked out of it. Sorry.
There is no other meat man.
No.
I mean, it's
no.
kind of a sticking point for us. You're coming to us with one piece of information that we may be interested in, but you're accidentally tipping your hand towards something else that we want to know about. We know a meat man, and he is not you.
Do you know the meat man?
This meeting is only happening because we were hoping to meet our meat man.
Yeah.
If you are referring to the small one, he has been dealt with. The title is now mine.
Dealt with?
Roll back a step or two.
Yeah.
Dealt with how?
Dealt with in the way that anyone who does sloppy business, imprisoned, no longer of consequence.
Imprisoned.
Who is next in line?
I'm sorry. You think that the title of Meat Man is so important that you had to kill, or attack a gnome that also went by Meat Man?
I do have a man who would fight over the meat man I take the title from was not killed by me. He was a great man, small, but resolute, confident, handsome as they come. And he taught me everything I know. It is a shame that he has been lost in chains beneath the city, but I am keeping up.
Such a shame that he's been lost.
So you've taken on the title yourself.
I have, in his memory,
And what city is he in chains beneath?
beneath Ankorel in its deepest prisons.
Did he tell you to take on his name?
No, it was bequeathed by the others left behind in his absence.
So you didn't meet the meat man?
They respect me, and as such, the meat man is I.
The name was simply meted out.
He's totally Dread Pirate Robertsing this shit.
The designs for the guns are out of the question. That doesn't mean that there aren't things on the table.
If not the designs, perhaps a few rifles and some ammunition. Something I could take back to my workers.
Here's a question.
What was it? The Crimson Oubliette? I have it somewhere. Oncarel. Where the fuck are we? Oh, I have an oubliette somewhere. Oubliette. Oh god, I don't know how to spell oubliette. Oubliette. Scarlet Prison. The Scarlet Oubliette. That's right.
Why did Alora come to you for information?
Oh, she didn't come to me. But whispers came to me that she was seeking this information.
Right. So you have ears in all the right places.
Everywhere, my dear.
You said workers? Are you a foreman of some sort?
You could say that. I run a business in various goods. Some legal. And I make sure the clients get them in a very forthright manner.
We are sadly very protective of our copyrights. And my designs are not for reproduction. Attempts at reproducing them tend to end poorly. Many have tried, most have failed. If you wanted, perhaps, a few designed, that could have been a conversation, but so far I'm not impressed by you.
Well, then, we have nothing more to discuss then. Come, John.
Okay, see you guys later.
No.
Dude, I feel bad for the guest. It's really tough because if the guest wasn't there, I would say that them just not even taking this task is perfectly reasonable and like an interesting decision. And credit to Matt putting Scanlan in the Scarlet Oubliette and having this guy tell them after some questioning and calling him the meat man is absolutely, I think you can have some confidence as Matt that they will question that with how obsessed they've been with Scanlan lately. And credit to him, I think that this, even though I think that it would have still made sense to swap these. Just forgetting about the Tarian questline, forgetting about the Minds of Many for a second. Them just saying no is a great option, and them saying yes is a great option. Clearly, the guy has more information that he is not giving them, but he has given them enough to act as a plot hook for the foreseeable future. They know that there's a ziggurat somewhere in Oncarel. The first one that is off continent since the Slayer's take. So they know there's a ziggurat somewhere near/around Oncarel, Marquette, somewhere in that region. And they could easily research more into that. And they have, so that's like a good long-term goal. And they have a great short-term goal of get Scanlan out of the Scarlet Oubliette. And they have a great medium-term goal of figure out what the fuck's going on with Allura. So they don't even need to say yes to the meat man in order for this to be, I think, a pretty effective plot hook. And if they say yes, then, you know, they're trading the guns, which Percy has a moral qualm with, for additional information that might help them in their search. It's a good, like, are you willing to give up something important to essentially save on time and effort? Which is a great trade. A great trade to put in front of the players. Yeah. But will they get Scanlan with their guest player joining them? Now, the guest player complicates things because I don't think that they, as a group, kind of regardless of what their characters think, will just kick the meat man and chaw it out the door. Like, I just don't foresee that happening. So, I think that they will engage with this further. But it's a good moral quandary at its base. If you ignore the fact, Song Willow. If you ignore the fact that there's a guest player here, I think it's a well-constructed moral quandary to deliver to your players. Yeah.
Prison. What was this other meat man's offense? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know anything?
No, I don't know a lot of stuff. He doesn't tell me.
Do you like working for that guy?
Yeah, he's great. He gives me money and food and mutton.
What if we gave you money and food and mutton?
We have mutton.
How much money does he give you?
We can get mutton.
No, I like working for him. What? He keeps me safe.
What about this guy?
About this guy from Wildmount. You want brigade?
I mean,
you gotta start somewhere.
Oh, yeah, you never recruited him.
wow. I mean, I
You
feel
were
like I could
rough
do
around the
better
edges
than.
when we met you.
I feel like I should do earmuffs right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can do better than this guy. I mean, he's really imposing and strong.
He looks perfect.
Also, guys, not to split hairs here, but his boss is literally right there listening to us. So
Yes,
maybe we
please.
shouldn't be talking about recruiting his employee.
I really am actually.
Your shiny friend has a point.
I'm quite surprised by the brazenness. What on earth made you think that we would sell these designs to you?
Well,
you obviously are paying attention.
As you would hopefully know, the intent of negotiation is to aim high.
That's fair.
Then bring your expectations. So, perhaps not plans, but a few rifles, a pistol or two, and some ammunition would be enough to outfit my team.
A whole team with one pistol.
One pistol can do quite a bit. One pistol can go far.
The problem is that once he has the design, it's easy to replicate.
Reverse engineer.
I don't think you would be able to reverse engineer it.
I do not do myself, but I have my artisans at my disposal.
Like, why did you think we would want this information?
Well, if you don't want it, I'm happy to leave. Make some business here, some gold, and then be on my way. But I was informed that you, Vox Machina, so widely respected, so strong, so rich, so involved in yourselves, in your worldwide endeavors, that perhaps a little more world-saving might be up your alley. But maybe I thought you wrong.
How is giving you one of my weapons world-saving?
Because the information I give you in return may help save the world.
You talk like you sound like you know about the stakes involved.
We've met
That's
a
what
lot.
I've been whispered.
We've met a lot of doomseers. You sure you can stand up to them?
I grow tired of this conversation. If this is a declination,
Well, at the very least, it's a conversation of whether or not you're ever going to do business in this city again and what that business is going to look like.
do not worry. You will not see this face in your precious Whitestone again.
Can I do
Stands
like
up.
a? Can I do an insight check to see if I could glean any more than what he knows about
Sure.
his world-ending thing?
Okay, inside check.
Natural 20.
Oh. Earmuffs. Earmuffs.
Everybody earmuffs.
I mean, Terry.
We just
Grog is about as smart as a golden retriever, and he does great.
I know, but this guy seems like he would sometimes you just lose a spelling bee to Grog. He's really dumb.
Well, Grog, you know, up until a few weeks ago, Grog couldn't really spell either.
We could hold a spelling bee.
That's true.
If he wins.
Is he still walking away?
He's going over to the half-orc and goes, "Come on, we're leaving."
I
Wait,
look at Vex and Vax and them and I say, we know him.
Give it a moment.
There's something familiar about him.
I go and I follow him.
Okay, he walks out.
He knows more than he's letting on.
Come.
All right, I'm coming. You guys should really reconsider. That's a word he just told me. I mean, he sounds scary and all, but it's really awesome stuff he has to share. If you guys just shared back, okay. See ya.
Pass without a trace.
I just follow him right out of the room.
Okay, both of them walk out into the daylight, and you follow.
Yes.
Turns around. Yes.
I run up and I hug him.
Okay. Full
Just
body?
a big hug. And I go down.
Okay. Immediately, sneakily backs up, and you watch as Vex's arms pass through the legs and thighs and grab onto something smaller on the inside.
Motherfucker!
Stop.
Yeah!
Stop. Not here, not here. Let's go somewhere else. Now, let's go.
What is happening? Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
Let's go and take a break. Well done, Sam.
Well done, you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here in a minute to pick this up. We're going to go ahead and have a Twitch giveaway in the chat room for this awesome Wormwood complete system. This includes a dice tray, a dice box, a couple fun things. It's Zebrawood, which is nice. But to win this, you have to go into the Twitch chat. The code for this is Bardbarian. Bardbarian. Barbarian, but with Bardbarian. Cool. So we'll see you guys back here in a few minutes.
You oh my god! Oh my god!
So So, I, wait, but wait. So is the Allura thing just bullshit? Is the Allura thing just like a lie he made up? And Scanlan just found out about a different ziggurat and wanted to come back to tell them about it? No. I don't want to answer the question. I don't want to answer the question because I feel like I'm going to find out right after the break. Why would he not show himself? Why would he not show himself? He is a shapeshifter. When it's like, is he just gonna retire Terry and start playing Scanlan again? That doesn't sound likely. I'm happy that the minigame is not resulting in me hating it. That's awesome. That's really sick. I don't even know what to think. I feel like this is like, I say this sometimes, but it's always to varying degrees, where it's like sometimes I can't evaluate something until I've seen more of it. And I feel like most of the time I can evaluate things to some extent without seeing more of it. This is one of the first times that I feel like I can't even begin to evaluate. I can't evaluate it even a little bit. Because there's clearly some chicanery going on here, and I can't like trust anything that came out of Meat Man's mouth, because clearly an amount of it was lies. But I'm sure that we're going to very immediately find out what the lies were. So I don't even really want to speculate on it. But I mean, yeah, I can come up with plenty of reasons that Scanlan might have just like wanted to deliver this information, but wouldn't have wanted Vox to know it's him. But I just don't know how much of it, like how much of that Allura stuff is real, or if Scanlan just found a ziggurat and was making up horse shit to justify why this dude would come and tell them, you know? Or if Scanlan actually heard fucking rumors about Allura being too talkative. I don't know. fuse Scanlan and Terry into one singular being. Oh, man. I have nowhere to take it. And I am not going to be mad at Matt for a second about that shapeshifter integration. Because there was enough there. There was more than enough there for them to get it, clearly, by the fact that they got it. And they almost didn't. So I'm not gonna hate on Matt for a second for that. Wow. Chat misjudged how you would react. I can imagine that the Discord thought that I would be really pissed about Scanlan coming back as a shapeshifter. And if he had just been going by the name Asadon and not had the Meat Man clue, I think I would be vastly more negative on this. But with the Meat Man clue, especially after how fucking instantly they latched onto it, with that clue, that takes this from ugly to beautiful. VM got the big clue and John dropped Meat Man. That was all John Heater? Heater? It wasn't planned? It what like, but it has to, like them even having like told John about it. Like if he really wasn't supposed to say it, I find it difficult to believe that they would tell him about it at all. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe they didn't tell him when to say it. I think Matt would have dropped that clue later on. Gotcha. Okay. If Sam was trying to be tricky, he wouldn't say it directly. The Asadon is a clue though. I can imagine. But it is, did it as an accident. He wasn't supposed to reveal it until later. Got it. Okay. I mean, honestly, as long as it was a planned reveal to some degree, I'm still on board. I have no fucking clue what Asadon means. Like, I don't know how to explain it other than that it kind of feels familiar in my mouth. But I think that's because I'm thinking of a character named Asudon. If you're fine with it, I could just tell you. I mean, honestly, if it's from just like after the, if no one ever gets it and it's like from the afterward, that's fine. I'm down. I'm down. I think Matt did not want to overshadow the guest with Scanlan's return at the beginning of his participation, probably towards the middle. It means Meat Man in Elvish. Got it. It's Loader Elvish for Meat Man. I see. It's... That's interesting that the people in the party that speak Elvish didn't just get it then. That's honestly kind of weird to me. Cause like Which makes me question why I didn't present as an elf, instead chose a human. Vex Vax Keela could have picked it up with a check, maybe? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. They're just like fluent in Elvish. I don't know. Yeah, I personally wouldn't lock that behind a check unless it's like, maybe if it's like a, like an outdated dialect or like a historical rendering, or it's like, it's like old Elvish. It'd be like, I don't know, like it's like Beowulf type Elvish. Then maybe a clue. But it's more of an outside story Easter egg. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. If it's an Easter egg, that's kind of whatever. But as a clue, it's a little strange. I think an Elvish name with a human face is also somewhat suspicious. I think Sam was trying to ride that line. Well, I honestly think that Sam would have been riding that line if Matt had told the people that speak Elvish that they were Elvish words. Because I don't think it's not instantly intuitive to me that those are even Elvish words. So I don't think it's like intuitive. But to be fair, maybe it's something that Matt would have done had, as Delphi is pointing out, since the English got dropped so instantly, it could be that like Matt had planned on it being something that they would notice, but because the English got dropped, he just didn't bother with it being Elvish at that point. Interesting. It sounded Elvish to me. I mean, like, it sounds Elvish now that you say it, but it's not something I would have clocked separately. Yeah. I'd assume Matt would have told them or prompted them to check somehow if. Yeah. So an Easter egg, not really D&D Elvish. I mean, if I'm thinking about, like, D&D Elvish isn't really a thing in the same way that, like, Sindarin is. So if someone uses Sindarin in D&D, I am assuming that they intend for it to be in fiction Elvish. Yeah, like, that's not necessary, but that is an assumption that I would make. If someone started speaking Loader Elvish, I would assume it is meant to be D&D Elvish. Given that, like, elves don't even have, like, different languages between settings. Like, the languages in D&D are not languages to the same degree that, like, Sindarin is, Why wouldn't you use the fully linguistic professor-created language? Well, yeah, also that. Like, if you're into it separately, no reason not to. Yeah. Is there an actual D&D Elvish dictionary? There might be in, like, Eberron or the Forgotten Realms. That like, might be, like, presented lore in some, like, supplementary texts or in, like, older editions. To my recollection, in at least, like, the base books, there's not. And outside of the base books, maybe? There's maybe something in Rising from the Last War, but I think that's just house marks. I don't think that's an actual, like, script or language. So I think no. But also super duper maybe. Yeah. Do we know if Sam or Matt came up with the name? It feels more like a Sam thing to me. I think it's more. It definitely seems more like a Sam thing to me. Yeah. Yeah, I could see Matt having come up with the Elvish version. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, like, as long as there is a tell that this is a shapeshifter, I honestly don't need the tell to be that extreme. Like, I think this is a decently vague tell. Honestly, it might have even been more of a tell if it had been Meat Man in Elvish. Meat Man in English might have been ended up being less of a tell, because it wasn't so clear that it was like being like constructed and tricky, you know? But no, this amount of a tell, if Corinne had this much of a tell, I would have no problem with it. I'm so down with it. Yeah. Yeah. Pranking the other characters, saying after the fact, of course it was me, I'm the Meat Man. It does. Yeah. No, I am shocked. Please keep going. I can't keep going. I was going to potentially spread this out over 3 episodes. I have stuff planned tonight. I have a recording I was gonna do. What's the situation afterwards? 141? And I mean, there is that, Amarok. Like, there was more than enough, I think, for them to get it. And yeah, I think that in general, this episode took a hard 90-degree turn from the last episode. Like, yeah. There's some things here and there, but even the things that I maybe don't feel unabashedly positive about, I still would give the stamp of successful experiment to. Everything else I'm just unabashedly positive about. That was... Yeah, man. All I can say is well played. I don't have a lick of salt about that one. Hey, he fucking got me fair and square. I did not think that was Scanlan, and I'll hold that. Cause I could have, I could have, I so could have made that leap, and a shapeshifter gets me once again. I even out loud directly established that this could be a shapeshifter, and that it was like good because they used Scanlan as an example of how someone could shapeshift to look like this. Like, I was 2 steps away from just nailing it. And so I can't feel bad about that at all. That's on me. Yeah, that's on me. Shit. Okay. I'm psyched for the next episode, though. I am psyched. I don't know. I do. Oh man, I do now have the quote of I am 0% suspicious of this dude. Motherfucker. Oh man. Fucking got me. Man. Okay. Yeah, I'm fucking psyched for, I'm psyched for Friday. Is today Monday? No, today's Friday. We may or may not go live on Monday, and if we do, I'm gonna be constrained on time because I got Christmas stuff to do. So may or may not happen Monday. If not, it will definitely happen on Friday. 100%. We're finishing this before break. I can tell you that. No question. And thank you all for riding this train with me. I am excited to actually get to some fucking plot. I'm so psyched. I'm so stoked. That was a great episode, man. We had some good experimentation, great monologue from Sam, and just the best trickery dickery I've seen so far. Yeah, that's all I got to say. I will see you 10% Monday, more likely 90% likely Friday. Thank you all for joining again. I'll see you later. Good night.